Глядачі та глядачки, рада вітати вас на другому дні національної
So,
ЛГБТІК-конференції.
dear friends, welcome at the second day of the conference. I'm Tatiana Kasyan, Executive Director of the Точка Опори CSO's Human Rights Activists and Writer, and I will be moderating the first panel today. That is to inaugurate day 2. A couple of house rules from the outset. If there is a missile strike alert, there will be a 15-minute long recess to go for a safer shelter place where we will be continuing in the same composition. And, well, we still hope that everything will be fine and cool and calm. And we are to talk about humanitarian support of communities during the time of war. I have brilliant speakers with me. Amy Bishop, Director of Humanitarian Programs and Global Development Program, Outright International. Sabine Fraser-Gunesh, representing the UN Women in Ukraine. Anna Довгопол, from CARE Ukraine. Robert Dolan, Partnership Counselor from Mercy Corps, and Olga Ilchuk, Field Coordinator of the UN Cluster for Defense in Ukraine, for Protection in Ukraine. So, dear colleagues, I suggest every one of you has a couple of minutes to briefly describe the area of humanitarian support in Ukraine, what you are doing in Ukraine.
Дякую. Я дуже рада з вами. Доброго ранку. I am very happy to be here, and I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to speak with everyone. I'm the Director of Humanitarian and Global Development Programs at Outright International. Outright is a global human rights organization focusing on the rights and dignity of LGBTIQ populations around the world. So our focus is on ensuring that LGBT people have access to rights, can live dignified lives, have access to justice everywhere. Here in Ukraine, we've been, I think we know many of you, when the war first started, we launched an emergency fund for LGBTIQ community organizations. We wanted to move very quickly. We're not a donor per se, we're an advocacy organization fundamentally and at heart. We're activists like many of you. But we knew and we know that in times of crisis, our communities suffer often disproportionately compared to other populations because of pre-existing norms, because of pre-existing discrimination, stigma. And we knew that we wanted to reach out and try to support as many organizations as we could. So just jumping quickly to this point now, we've supported about 30 organizations inside Ukraine, about 14 outside of Ukraine in the border countries that were receiving refugees in the early months after the full-scale invasion. We've dispersed about $3.2 million through about 125 grants. And then just very quickly, the other work that we're doing, very important work, we hope in partnership with many of you, is to advocate with the humanitarian sector in Ukraine to be more inclusive of LGBTIQ needs and priorities. And we'll speak more about that, I think, in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Robert, please.
Good morning, everyone. I also am very, very happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. As Tanya mentioned, I'm Robert Dolan. I work on partnerships with Mercy Corps Ukraine. So Mercy Corps started working in Ukraine right at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. We also have offices in Poland and Moldova. But within Ukraine, we started working with local organizations. So our implementation is 100% through local organizations. So when I joined last summer, we were partnering with 36 organizations across Ukraine to deliver, a wide range of services, including emergency relocation services, food, shelter, hygiene kits, kind of a wide range of services. Then awarded 2 really large cash programs. So Mercy Corps is the first largest cash provider of INGOs in Ukraine. So we've provided cash assistance to 250,000 Ukrainians over the last year. So when I joined, we were starting that scale up and identifying local and national partners to partner with to help us provide that cash assistance, one of those being Allianz Global. And when we were identifying those partners, it was a priority for us to make sure that we were including organizations that traditionally cannot access or historically cannot access traditional humanitarian aid. And that has continued to be a priority for Mercy Corps. We recently just put out a open call for proposals where we've identified and prioritized, again, working with women-led organizations, LGBTQI organizations, again, to continue that commitment to make sure that those communities that those organizations serve are able to access humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Анна, переходжу до цього боку.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, and the floor is yours.
Доброго ранку. Рада всіх бачити.
Morning, everyone.
На цій конференції в різних ролях з'являються.
Glad to see all of you. I have multiple hats in conferences like this. I represent CARE, international organization, actually CARE Ukraine, and much like in the way Rob has described about the operations of Mercy Corps, we've been present and working in multiple sectors. We have a shelter program. We have a program on access to water and hygiene items. We have programs targeted on sexual reproductive health. One particular feature of CARE is in our gender matters and issues that are among the key ones. We work on mainstream gender issues, including them in all of our programs. Also, I personally am and counselor, advisor on female leadership aspects. This is a line of activity, a work package when we support women organizations. To see that women as one of marginalized groups who particularly suffer from the aggression, from this war, from conflict, to ensure them having their voice heard in terms of decisions making, in terms of humanitarian response. Affected locals may get assistance like shelter, foodstuffs, hygiene items, and so on. But many times we see decisions are made for them by the government, by other organizations, including the humanitarian ones. So our task is to see that all the decision makers could hear voices of women and other marginalized groups like LGBT community members. I can tell more about our activities during the recess. We have offices in Lviv, Kyiv, Odessa, Dnipro, Kharkiv, Zaporizhzhia, Mykolaiv. We are working in Ukraine only via partner organizations. We don't have direct involvement here, but jointly with Ukrainian CSOs, we are working on projects. And I'd like to specifically highlight 2 projects we've been involved in. It's nice for Sabine to mention that
Rapid gender analysis,
we had a report on rapid gender analysis, which we are doing once in a year to offer a review of how different people, regardless of their gender and sexual identity, other such features and traits like age, ethnicity, and so on, how they go through the conflict, how they live through it, and how they can be best helped. In the circumstance, the report has been translated already and is going to be offered for the public rather soon. We don't have a specific particular LGBT support program, but we collaborate with LGBT communities, we partner with different organizations because we think that LGBT people are one of marginalized groups, and we work with them together with other organizations. We have 3 actually partner organizations we cooperate with that also are partially involved in the support of these groups. And yeah, Sabine, please.
Thank you very much, Tanya. And it's good that I'm coming right after Anna, because I think that, yeah, there's a lot of things that we have in common. It's really a great honor to be on this panel this morning with so many colleagues. I think that what this shows and what will be interesting for the conversation today is how different international organizations are working together on advancing gender equality and LGBTIQ+ rights. I think that's very much what all of us are trying to do here in Ukraine. But I'm also looking forward to hearing from all of you also your questions and your comments about the work that we're doing and whether or not you're feeling the impact of the work that we do or not. So I am really happy to be here this morning. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm so impressed that this is already the 16th National Congress, that, you know, despite the large-scale aggression, despite COVID before that, that you've managed to continue to organize, you've managed to continue to come together in this way. It's really impressive, and I think that you know, this just shows that as a community, as LGBTI+ people, you have really had incredible strength. Seeing these photos of members of the community that are on the front line is really, you know, touching and incredibly, I think it shows the courage and strength that you have all managed to gather to be able to continue. On behalf of UN Women, I just want to say a few words about the work that we do. UN Women has been present in Ukraine since 2016. We have our main office, of course, is here in Kiev. We now have also an office in Dnipro. Previously, we also had offices in other parts of the country, but have now, you know, focused in these 2 main areas. As UN Women has been here since 2016, our portfolio of work is quite diverse. We work really in 3 main areas. So we work on humanitarian assistance and support to humanitarian operations. We also work very much on women, peace, and security, so the 1325 national action plans and the implementation of the 1325 agenda. That also includes work on conflict-related sexual violence. And then we work very much on what we call gender-responsive governance. So that is very much supporting the government on laws, plans, strategies, budgets to ensure that they are gender-responsive. Since this session is primarily on humanitarian, I just want to say a few more words on our work on humanitarian. First of all, like others on this panel, our main aim is really to work with Ukrainian organizations on humanitarian assistance. We very much recognize that in February and March 2022, it was the Ukrainian organizations themselves who reacted the quickest, who were the most effective, who really were able to take up the responsibility for provision of humanitarian assistance. So our main aim is to support those organizations, primarily women-led organizations and women's rights organizations, but also LGBTIQ+ organizations as well. The primary way we do that is also, as others have mentioned, we also have funding. So we have something called the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. The Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund is a global fund which works primarily in crisis countries and which provides sometimes short-term funding, 6 months funding, sometimes longer-term funding, a year funding to organizations involved in humanitarian assistance. So here, this year, we've provided $6 million in funds to 42 organizations. And several of those are LGBTIQ+ organizations here in Ukraine and abroad. So we're very happy to be able to have these resources because we really believe globally that a key problem is financing for organizations, women's rights organizations and LGBTIQ+ organizations. So we really believe that offering financing is very important to be able to assure that you can continue your work. Another area which others have talked about is the rapid gender assessment. So this is also ensuring that there's data collected, that there's analysis that's done that really spotlights the needs of women and girls and also spotlights the work that women and girls are doing in humanitarian response. That is very, very important to ensure that data, evidence, and knowledge is available. And finally, another key point of our work, and others have talked about it as well, is coordination. So we here in Ukraine are, I believe with Mercy Corps, co-leading the Gender in Humanitarian Action group. So this group is called GIHA for short. Is it now CARE?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, it was Mercy Corps, and now it's CARE. So we've done it with Mercy Corps, and now we've just changed to CARE. So what this group is, it's a group that meets once a month approximately, and I believe it has 350 members, which include the majority of the members are actually Ukrainian organizations. So this is the UN system, international organizations, Ukrainian organizations, and through this gender and humanitarian group, we're trying to ensure that gender equality is integrated in all humanitarian work being done by UN agencies, international organizations, and national partners. So this is an important platform also for advocacy, which has been mentioned earlier today, so to really ensure that the voices and needs of women-led organizations and LGBTIQ+ organizations are really at the forefront and understood by all the partners working on humanitarian assistance. So we can talk more about that later, but yeah, it's great to be with you today.
Thank you. Ольга.
Доброго ранку,
Morning, dear colleagues.
кластер захисту.
I represent the protection cluster. For those not knowing good about the cluster system, the protection cluster is one of those established under the aegis of the UN to work in crisis circumstances. It started in Ukraine back in 2014, but it was area limited, and only later on, beginning with the start of the full-scale invasion, the system was expanded to cover the whole territory of Ukraine. There's a number of clusters. I represent the protection cluster. In this sense, it means protection of the most vulnerable groups. We have quite an ample definition of vulnerability and related categories, which we intend to support, and definitely we understand that in circumstances when many people are forced to relocate, LGBT community members face additional risks. Meanwhile, they have same rights and needs like other categories and groups. So this is just a brief introduction. Now let me switch to what the protection cluster is doing. Well, primarily, this is a coordination platform
Координоване, передбачуване,
in the sense that we ensure coordinated, responsible response to protection-related problems and matters.
реагування.
It is done in the field of humanitarian response. The cluster is an active participant of a process of review of humanitarian needs and humanitarian response agenda.
Для реагування на наступні
There is
періоди.
plans that actually structure our response in the upcoming periods.
Планування на наступний рік. Це
Now we are discussing and planning our activities in the coming year with subsequent reviews and planning exercise. This year we had two separate documents to represent this that
координації в рамках гуманітарного
and this is done in coordination
в тому числі
with other partners, also with other UN structures in the scope of humanitarian response.
на абсолютно рівних умовах.
The UN system also involves all other international institutions, organizations, and national level NGOs, particularly in Ukraine in this case.
Крім того, окремо хочу зазначити, що
Just on a separate note,
система хабів
our cluster has a network of hubs, currently 5 of them. They have been set up in Kyiv, Dnipro, Vinnytsia, Lviv, and Uzhhorod.
будуть відбуватися деякі зміни. Хаб в Ужгороді
There will be some changes
припинить діяльність.
coming soon. Uzhhorod is probably to close in favor of a hub in Lviv, and probably we are going to open one in Odessa.
На основі нашої системи
In line with our reporting system, the clusters comprise 117 different organizations. For example, CARE organization, which is one of our partners, and also those members of our cluster, they involve executive partners who also contribute to our work, and then report about the activity to us. The clusters are able to offer legal aid, psychosocial aid, individual assistance, which is called personal assistance, demining, by the way, which is interesting. So this was a brief introduction to our work, and I will be happy to answer your questions, more specifying questions. That is, I wanted to show that cluster system is rather convenient one for cooperation. Thank you. And now at the end of our session, you will be able to ask your questions. We'll have Q&A session. So I encourage you to write down your questions to be prepared. Now my question to the presenters. It is almost 2 years now when we are in the midst of the full-scale war. I come from Mariupol, and I recollect the year 2017 and can compare it with the year 2022 when in total panic, we were opening hubs in Lviv, trying to help women with small children, vulnerable groups. Then later we realized that the economy was almost in collapse, and we had to help to unemployed people to allow them to restore their lives, to assist IDPs to find new jobs. And later on, during this almost 2-year period, we came to understanding that we had to resume our main activity. So now question to all the participants, what are your feeling about your current work? What had become less efficient, what do not work now, and or what vice versa had become more important, more efficient and productive under current circumstances?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, we are 2 years into this humanitarian crisis, and the situation has notably evolved. You know, people have been displaced from their homes due to the events in Ukraine, have sought refuge either in safer or more safer parts of the country or abroad. Some have stayed within areas where there is fighting or under Russian control. What this period has done is allowed organizations like Mercy Corps to evaluate the humanitarian needs across the country. Sustaining large-scale humanitarian aid indefinitely is not sustainable, right? But we recognize the significant need to provide targeted, focused assistance, particularly for communities that organizations like Allianz Global supports, communities that LGBTQI organizations support, women-led organizations support. Because, again, those groups have historically not had access to traditional humanitarian aid. And organizations like Mercy Corps, we want to ensure that we are continuing to support the provision of those essential needs while emphasizing self-resilience, while emphasizing recovery. And we want to continue to support those communities through their journey to recovery in the midst of this crisis, right? So making sure that we're able to take humanitarian assistance that, again, is not going to be continuous, and layering that with resilience support, with recovery support, to make sure those communities are able to be as resilient, as comfortable, as safe as they possibly can, and that's going to be a priority moving forward.
Thank you, Robert. Можливо, хтось ще хоче додати, так, що змінилося, що є неефективним, а що ти, так?
What has changed, what proved to be inefficient, and what new you want to develop?
Оскільки у нас є різні програми, як я сказала, то
Since I mentioned we have different programs, and that different programs work in different regions, because in different regions of Ukraine, in different territories, the needs are different because the territories are unevenly exposed to the war. The closer you are to the contact line, the more the needs are. And our activists, they work both closer to the contact line and in the rear, like in Lviv. In those territories which are close to the contact line and those which were liberated from occupation. Last month, I visited Kharkiv region, which was liberated, and I found out that almost all the houses in a village, they were ruined, and despite that, people were eager to come back and to live even in a garage and rebuild their houses, but to come back home to their home village. That's why the need in humanitarian aid to those people, it remains. Also, many our women who continue to work in central areas of Ukraine, they provide assistance to women. They organize shelters and provide assistance to counteraction to home violence, provide reproductive healthcare services. And by the way, home violence had become a real problem, but many women who are provided with shelters and with this work, they say now, we want to come back to our advocacy work, women advocacy work. Before the war, we had many women at the level of local governments, which was fueled by decentralization reform. And we were very happy about situation with the female leadership in local governments. But when the government had prohibited that members of local governments should not leave the country, many women, they resigned from local governments because they wanted to take their children into safe countries. And they took their children and fled abroad. And that is why we have found out that after the war, there probably will be no women in local governments because many women left. And that's why now our organizations supporting women leadership, etc., they are preoccupied with these types of work with women, with advocacy work, with trainings for women. So our objective is that our voice should be heard at the level of decision making, at the level where decisions are made. And by the way, I'm rather optimistic about prospective reconstruction of the country. Perhaps you have heard about the recovery conference, post-war recovery conference in London. Next year, a similar conference is planned in Germany, and many our female organizations, they advocate participation of our organizations in those conferences. If you do advocacy work in the gender equality movement, you try to join such activities. And I would like to mention our emphasis on employment promotion, employment assistance. We are very much involved into promotion of employment for internally displaced women. And next year we plan to launch a special hub or cluster.
Each time, because our work is quite synchronized and quite cooperative. I don't want to repeat what others have already said, but I want to talk a little bit about the issue of livelihoods and economic empowerment. But before I do that, I do want to say that of course, the humanitarian situation is evolving, and of course, it's not possible to continue the same scale of the humanitarian operations that existed in 2022 and 2023. Already cuts are being discussed for 2024. But what I want to say is that what we've clearly seen in our work throughout the country is that there are still many groups that are left behind. There are still very strong humanitarian needs amongst different categories of people. So Anna already explained that you know the needs are very different in different communities, but I just want to say that we clearly do see that there is unfortunately still big humanitarian needs, And very often the particular specific needs of women and girls, and I also assume the specific needs of LGBTIQ plus communities, are not always recognized. So that is why we, I think, all believe that it is very important that the advocacy continues to really ensure that those specific needs are integrated in the planning on humanitarian assistance, particularly for next year. Similarly, the issue of recovery, of course, the country is very much talking about the recovery, how the recovery will be financed, how it will be organized, the new Ukraine plan, etc. I want to say that here it is also still a struggle to ensure that women's rights organizations, that women leaders, that LGBTIQ plus leaders are able to be at the decision-making tables on recovery. As Anna mentioned, there was the London conference this summer, and at that London conference, there was very, very, very little mention on gender equality. There was basically no mention of gender equality in the main sessions. All we were able to do was to organize a side event on gender equality in recovery, where there were women-led organizations and there were also representatives from the LGBTIQ plus community that were there. But it was a side event, and so we were on the sidelines. We really want to ensure that for next year at the Berlin conference in the summer, that we're not just a side event, that we really are on the front tables, advocating for a gender-responsive recovery to ensure that the needs and rights of all women, girls, and LGBTIQ plus community members are part of that recovery. What we've seen is that women-led organizations and LGBTIQ plus organizations have really played a leadership role in the response. It's really important that that role continues also in the recovery process. As Anna mentioned, one of the issues has been the loss of power in local councils. So if before 2022, over 30% of members of local councils were women, today the numbers have most probably decreased significantly. So it is very important that also in local councils, in local government, but also then in parliament and then in the highest levels of government, that the role that women were playing before 2022 is maintained. So this is really, still a very strong need in the advocacy world. So if you're asking about like what has changed, I would say it's very much to maintain the focus on the specific needs of women and girls and LGBTIQ plus people, but also that leadership, that participation is also reinforced and is stronger over the coming future. Thanks.
Thank you, Sabine. Ami?
Thank you. That's a good note to follow on, because I really appreciate the inclusive sort of characterization of what is needed going forward. And it is actually the reality, though disheartening to hear that funding is shifting. We know this. And at the same time, I just want to, I think, and I'm not in any way trying to speak for the community organizations in our communities in Ukraine, but the reality is that while there's positive rhetoric, there's positive written statements, there's positive acknowledgement that humanitarian response needs to be inclusive as much as possible of LGBTI populations, the reality is that the not exactly walking the talk there, that in fact we know, and because we're filling a gap in a sense through our emergency fund, that a lot of organizations don't have access, whether it's because of sort of structural issues where the requirements, the bureaucratic and administrative requirements are so intense that so many community organizations, and it's not just LGBTI community organizations, but this really speaks to a whole issue of localization, but it makes it impossible to realistically expect many of our grantee partners to be able to access these funds. The other thing I want to just talk about a little bit is the issue of intersectionality. When we talk about women and girls, we need to really emphasize and reinforce that we're not separating LGBTI people from the category of, say, women and girls or gender. We are women, we are girls, we are part of this. And so while it's important to not leave silent our populations in the discourse, I think we also need to be pushing all the time to say, no, we are actually part of the populations that are being served by humanitarian organizations. And at the same time, we need to understand humanitarian organizations need to do a better job of understanding what the needs and priorities of our communities are. That's just not happening sufficiently. And I hope that there's a lot of goodwill among humanitarian organizations to do their best to try and reach out to populations that have been left behind. But then there are also very common refrains about, well, we'll get to you. This is an urgent situation. We need to deal with everyone, and we'll address the specific needs of LGBTI people later. That's not acceptable, actually. That is not a way to go. It needs to be thought through in a much more comprehensive way. There are also issues of, and I appreciate this, where humanitarian organizations often say to us, well, we don't want to do any harm. And I'll say it again, I said it last night, doing no harm should not result in doing nothing. Doing no harm means consulting deeply with partners to understand how services can be provided and assistance can be provided safely. There are all of you here and many organizations around Ukraine who are very willing to share with the humanitarian structures how to do this. And I think there's still a big gap that needs to be filled that has not yet been bridged.
Thank you, Amen. Ольга.
І насправді я хочу так дуже плавно продовжити, тому що кластер захисту.
I would like to capitalize on that. Our cluster is ready to raise awareness among humanitarian partners who contribute to humanitarian work. And we are ready also to offer a venue, a platform for those who wish to raise awareness about what they suggest, what they offer at the regional level. To those who are looking for partners at the regional level to improve humanitarian response at the local level, to make it more inclusive. This is my main message to the participants of this conference. But actually the question which was asked about changes in humanitarian response. Our cluster is involved into humanitarian assistance, and we have learned our lessons from the past 2 years, and we have our new vision for the future. I agree with all the speakers that humanitarian response in previous year was extraordinary, was emergency response. This year, the humanitarian response was a bit chaotic, so to say. While in the year to come, it has to become more well-structured, so to say. In the areas in which we work, we expect to introduce changes as to our geographical presence, we will offer less humanitarian response in the western regions and in central Ukraine, and will offer more humanitarian response in eastern Ukraine, and we will offer more protection at the level of communities. We call it community-based protection. We believe this will be a space for cooperation with LGBTQ. I mean, this community-based protection. And that's why I encourage all the LGBTQ local communities to cooperate with us at this local level and cooperate with us in future. Thank you. I personally observe that full-scale invasion had stirred up the international community at the beginning, and this focus on Ukraine, it does not fade. It simply, I think, changes. Recently, I participated in a meeting in Slovenia where donor organizations were present, and they asked me, Tanya, how do you think which donor organizations were the most supportive to Ukraine? And my answer was, you can see this obviously. But the last year, the armed conflicts splash out globally. You may recollect, you may look at Israel today and recollect recent Iran riots. And we, looking at that, we may expect that the request on humanitarian aid would not drop, would not shrink in Ukraine, because the veterans will come back, and the situation will change inside the country. So keeping that in mind, how do you plan to reallocate your resources, to accumulate resources, to plan them, etc.? Thank you for this question. We have to do careful planning, and that is what I mentioned. We started to think about better structuring of the work. Some interferences. That is, we have to do better prioritization. Our protection cluster recommended extension of psychosocial assistance, case management, legal support on property, housing, and assets. We expect it to become a real problem. So legal counseling in the areas of housing, property, and assets. And this actually will cover the entire population. And the fourth priority is our community-based protection. These are our priority areas for our allocation of resources. As for the involvement of women, we currently are shaping the IDPs councils at regional level. And we have heard that in many such newly established councils, they have problem with male participants. Women are so proactive at the local level in these newly established IDP councils that men are almost not represented in them, which again disbalances the membership.
що переміщена особа або
because the requirements for members of such IDP local councils are rather specific. They should be IDPs, they should satisfy some requirements. So this is our agenda, and you may use this to raise the LGBTQ agenda at the local level among IDPs.
те, що запити в Україні зростатимуть, збільшуватимуться.
So the request in Ukraine is can potentially grow. Request for assistance. What can you add about that?
Thank you. I would just add, I mean, unfortunately, the world at large has a very difficult time being able to hold and support and resource multiple crises at a time. And I do think that the current state of our world is such that we already can see that, at least from an outside perspective, the needs and issues facing Ukraine are receding a little bit from the headlines in light of other things. In terms of our own experience in trying to raise support, we find it actually more difficult. And this makes me quite worried on one level. On the other hand, what it also means is that the more mainstream organizations, if you will, and systems and agencies need to really focus appropriately on the needs of many different populations. And I think part of it, frankly, and this is always the case in, I think, humanitarian crises and even broadly in development, using resources efficiently and well. And so I think that for the moment, yes, resources are still coming into Ukraine, but I don't have, I'm sorry to say, confidence that the same level of resources will continue. I hope sincerely that that will be the case, but I'm not sure. And in which case, I think it's really, really crucial that the resources that are coming in are used, of course, to maximum effect, but also not to wait to address the needs of certain populations. It needs to happen now. And I know that, again, as I said before, the will is there, but the actual results are yet to come. And so I think it's also really about, in a sense, prioritizing, but also how to achieve maximum effect. And that is reaching directly to communities. And so then that means how do you do that and what kinds of structures need to change to make sure that that happens.
Thank you. Sabine, yes.
In my response, I'm going to move a little bit out of the field of humanitarian assistance, because I agree with the previous speakers that when it comes to humanitarian assistance, the situation is most likely going to become more difficult in 2024 because of most likely cuts in funding. But where Ukraine now has a huge opportunity is, of course, for membership to the European Union. And what we at UN Women often say is that we see EU accession as a way to fast-track gender equality and women empowerment. There, of course, within the European Union, the laws and policies on anti-discrimination, on gender equality are quite advanced. And now it will be up to Ukraine to take on those laws and policies that exist in the European Union and to apply them in Ukraine. So, for example, with the civil law, with the draft law on civil partnerships, which I know is a big issue here in Ukraine, this would be logical that within the context of EU accession and EU membership, that this law would go forward, as it is a frequent part of the legislation within EU member states. On one hand, yes, the humanitarian situation is likely to become more difficult, but on the other hand, there is now a lot of room for working on anti-discrimination and equality within the context of the EU accession process.
Thank you. Я думаю, що в залі і нас дивляться громадські організації, які зацікавлені
I do
у
hope that
співпраці
when
з вами,
angels,
якщо вони ще не
in the room
співпрацюють.
listening to us, watching us, and getting interested in cooperating with you if they're not yet cooperating. So, how do you focus your attention, when checking for organization as potential partner? Do you look for geography or previous experience or their standing? So what are the criteria for you to select your prospective partners? What can be the most promising as a feature for them?
Ну, мене теж таке питали.
Well, I also was asking that.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, when we are looking for the partners that that we are going to work with, I mean, we're looking at really utmost the needs of the community that those partners are focusing on, right? So, I mean, there are so many needs continuing across the country. I mean, and tying back to the previous question as well, if as emerging crises elsewhere unfold, funding might very well, start to wane, and that's why it is absolutely a priority for international humanitarian organizations, Ukrainian humanitarian organizations, to continue to advocate to the international community to meet the most basic needs of communities, to make sure no one is left behind, right? And how we do that is making sure that we continue to speak to our local partners, to make sure that we are continuing to engage with local and national partners who know the needs of their communities the best, who are able to serve those communities in the immediate now when we do have the resources, so that, again, if and when assistance does start to shift, that those communities are continuing to be served, right? So when we are looking at who we are going to partner with, what is our ideal partner, that is organizations that have the knowledge of the communities that they're serving, they're able to meet those needs, and are also in the position to make those decisions. We as an organization, as part of our, localization, I know that's a big word, we all talk about it, what does that actually mean? That is making sure that we are able to take the decision-making that we as an INGO have, and shift that to local organizations. Again, to go back to make sure that those priorities are being met in the communities, and that we as an INGO are there, to provide the resources, to provide the support, to advocate where we can. But most importantly, it is for us to support our local and national partners to make those decisions, to involve them in design processes so that we are making sure that the programming that we're doing has the largest impact, right? And we also want to make sure that the partners that we are selecting are wide-ranging, that they are, helping individuals across the country where the needs are the highest, where the most vulnerable communities are, but then also reaching those marginalized communities, again, that, as I mentioned earlier, might not traditionally have access to humanitarian aid. So it is, again, wide-ranging, but making sure that our partners are able to serve both marginalized communities, the most vulnerable, and are empowered to make decision-making, or are empowered to make those decisions that best serve their community.
Thank you. Who else wanna share?
Я думаю, що все з переліченого тобою, так,
Tanya, everything you mentioned
в кожної організації є
has-
стратегія,
has to be looked into, because every organization has a strategy
свої дії, і
based on which it plans its own activities. As Olga mentioned,
більшість
right now, the majority of them
уражених
focus on the most affected
ведуться бойові дії.
southern and eastern areas close to the
Дійсно, найвищий
hostility zone because the level of demand of relief there is the highest. Yeah, so yes, there is a geographical dimension. Also, whenever organizations are focusing on, say, marginalized groups like women organizations, LGBT communities and organizations, Roma community, also LGBT dimension of it, this is taken into consideration. Size doesn't always matter here because we can as well work with those organizations who are not big enough. We are ready to invest in the development of their capacity. This telltale capacity building exercise. So my personal advice now, and I'm wearing my hat of a Ukraine national, not a representative of an international donor organization. Please use those opportunities. Please be serious about using these capacity building opportunities that international partners offer to you. If you are offered assistance with developing your policies, it may seem dull and not interesting to you, but still, please use this opportunity because this is something that your organization will definitely need. Policies have not been invented just to please donors. Let me assure you in this, because based on my discussion with some organizations earlier, I can tell you that policies are really need to make your performance more efficient, to make it better. Whenever you think about a certain problem to resolve, it is the policy that actually channels your effort to mitigate the problem. And this also pleases donors because they see that organization does know the ropes and knows how to operate. I think the majority of donors are using taxpayers' money. And when we take the money, we get responsibility with them. Donors as well know that, and they tell that, yes, we are giving you taxpayers' money, and because of that, we want to be 100% sure that the money will be spent wisely. And this is understandable. And it is also understandable when national organizations sometimes lament heavy reporting involved and all those related, resources to be spent on that reporting. So there is no other way around because we are ultimately responsible for the money we get. That way, we try to work with organizations
готові працювати так, як цього, напевно, вимагає
ready to operate in a way the system requires. May not sound too pleasing for some organizations. I do understand that. I do understand that writing reports can be quite a pain, taking time, stealing your human and other resources for that, switching your attention from your core activities. But, well, we do work with organizations on ways to optimize the scope of reporting. We even sometimes help organizations to do the reports because we are partners. But again, it's about one's readiness to cooperate in the widest meaning of it. This is very important criteria to me.
Yes, Emma, please.
Thank you. I think those are really important points. I want to take the question and flip it a little bit because, as I said earlier, we're not really a typical donor. We're not a donor, actually. We do onward grant making, but we have our own donors as an NGO ourselves. And I think sometimes when we're talking about these kinds of partnerships between international groups and national level organizations, particularly when we're talking about LGBTI movements and organizations in country, that there also has to be a question in the other direction. That is, to humanitarian and other kinds of international organizations that are working and wanting to work with the diversity of our communities. is your organization safe for them? Is your organization committed to rooting out, to ensuring that staff at every level are not perhaps consciously or unconsciously homophobic, transphobic, are not behaving in ways that are really not inviting, safe, acceptable to our communities? So as much as it's important to think about from an international organizational perspective, if you're a donor or a large organization, what makes a good partner, I think the question also has to be turned around to international organizations is, are you safe? Have you done the work internally to make sure that you are going to be a good partner to local organizations?
Thank you. Yeah, it's important. Would you like to add something? No? Так, тоді є запитання.
If no, then okay. There's we still have 10 minutes to go, and please keep your question hot. And I mean, I will tell you that we had a discussion of some issues like
Аня казала про те, що
same-sex partnerships, marriages. Anya recalled women's access to decision-making process. We tackled on mental health issues. Maybe there are other top challenges, you know, that you would forecast as those that will become more salient, more prominent in Ukraine at some point in time, and in which you would be ready to support us in the future.
Thanks, Tanya. I think the one issue that we touched upon but we didn't get into much is also economic empowerment issues, livelihood issues. The economy of Ukraine, of course, went through a tremendous downfall in 2022, but now is on a trajectory of growth. So the economy is picking up again in Ukraine. What we really need to do now is fundamentally understand what have been the effects of the large-scale aggression on livelihoods, on access to jobs, access to credits, the ability to create new businesses for women and for LGBTIQ individuals. And now what we also need to do is to really ensure that we are providing the right support to ensure that people can re-access jobs, that there can be equal pay. So one thing that's recently happened in Ukraine is that the strategy on equal pay has been passed. So this is a great opportunity as well for the future to ensure that not only there are jobs, but they're fair jobs and that they're equally remunerated. But then also access to credit to ensure that new businesses can be created. What we're seeing already in Ukraine is that there's an incredible amount of economic innovation, that there are new businesses being created. One of the figures is that out of every 2 new businesses being created, one of them is actually led by women. There are a lot of opportunities here, but this is something I think that for the coming near future, there's much to still be done in this area.
Thank you. Чи є комусь щось?
Yeah, thank you. Anything else to add here to top challenge list?
Так бачу, що, наприклад, для планування в межах кластеру
From my view, planning in the scope of the protection cluster will see among top challenges the planning of a better targeted humanitarian response. And it would be very instrumental for us to have a strong feedback from LGBT organizations and community members, for them to tell us if they see any gaps in service delivery, in inclusivity matters, any shortcomings in our plans of response to the most relevant challenges, specifically in our humanitarian response. Yeah, thank you, Anna.
Я, по-перше, хотіла сказати те, що
Um,
сказала Сабіна, як вона каже.
I actually wanted to say what Sabine just said, but again, we have very similar operational profiles. So yeah, economic considerations are very strong and very important. And there is another yet point that we barely touched upon, meanwhile, which is very important. It's about sexual violence against men, particularly those under occupation, who went there under occupation, those who suffered sexual abuse, traditionally used to subjugate people, to instill one's power. It may be connected with the mental health of males, probably with patriarchal and gender-based norms. This all says that men are really kind of discouraged from looking for counseling, for assistance or help. Like, you are not man if you are going for it. And really, the system of counseling is mostly focused on women, and many of our partners mentioned that, by the way, which makes a challenge in itself. Another matter concerns reintegration of our veteran servicemen, not a 100% humanitarian question. But these are, I would say, some challenges that I would put some other priorities, and we will have to deal with that. I think for LGBT organizations, particularly for those working with men, this will be a focal point at some time. In terms of more targeted services, safer spaces where such men could come to receive help in the safety of remaining anonymous. Yeah, thank you, Anya. Do you have any vision of yours as to how you might help?
About challenges. Okay. Yeah, wow. So, yeah, I mean, I think for our communities, and let me also just say, I'm saying communities quite intentionally, because I think one of the challenges is that even as the issue of LGBTIQ needs and priorities become perhaps more visible in the humanitarian response and during recovery, which is really important, there also needs to be a very sensitive understanding that we're not a monolithic group, you know, a monolithic community. And maybe I'm stating the obvious, but I think when you look at sometimes the way that our communities are referred to, we're just this LGBTIQ plus, you know, we're all the same, and we're not. And this really has to be taken into consideration when we're when programs are being designed and when consultations are being made, to be very attentive to the diversity within our communities. I mean, I feel ultimately optimistic in the sense, as what we were talking about before, in terms of some of the potential legal advances that may occur in Ukraine, I hope, coming. And I think this will help, in general, move the rights and access to rights, access to justice, reduction in homophobia and transphobia. I hope that will be a continuing trajectory. We saw yesterday in some of the presentations about public perception changing, improving, and so this gives me hope, and I hope that all of us here can continue to support this kind of trajectory going forward. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Robert.
Just quickly, because my colleagues have really identified a lot. One thing, though, that I will say, and you know, in that, as I was mentioning, you know, making sure that we're allowing you know, partners and local and national organizations to be making those decisions. Excuse me. What I have kind of too often seen over the last year and a half is, as we've been engaging local and national partners for, you know, the very important humanitarian assistance that is absolutely needed, a lot of our partner organizations that previously were not working within the humanitarian sphere have really been kind of pulled away from their main mission and vision as an organization. Community-based organizations that are now focused on cash assistance or focused on distribution of food or non-food items have really been kind of almost again, within the great need that there absolutely needs to be this assistance delivered, they have then been pulled away from that original mission of their organization, right? And potentially losing a bit of their identity as an organization. So again, it is our, I truly believe that is our responsibility as an INGO, as a member of the international community, to continue to advocate to our donors within the international community to make sure that activities, priorities of these organizations that fit within their original mission are also funded alongside the humanitarian assistance, right? And that goes back to how we are layering recovery programming, how we are layering resilience programming on top of humanitarian aid, so that these organizations can still remain to stay true to themselves as community organizations.
Так, дякую дуже. Я це порівнюю, знаєте, як коли ти готуєшся до пожежі, ти можеш...
Yeah, I would compare that to one's getting prepared to fire. You may think of, a bucket of water, but it would be also nice to have a fire alarm installed in the building. So it's about the layers. Yeah, questions from the floor. I think we have some guys with mics here.
Будь ласка, ось у другому
Yeah, please.
ряді.
Someone in the second row.
Добрий день, Василь Маліков, громадська організація
I'm
«Спектр
Vasil
Харків», національний
Malikov from
ЛГБТІК-консорціум.
Spectre
Я дуже
Kharkiv
дякую
organization.
Ані,
I'd like
Ользі
to
і іншим учасникам
thank
за те, що підняли важливу
Olga,
тему
Anna, and other participants for this talk.
ресоціалізації, соціальної згуртованості,
Also
інтеграції, так,
for
тому що ми
discussion
бачимо,
of
що
resocialization,
наші спільноти
social
змінюються, що в
inclusion
наших громадах з'являються, я
considerations.
говорю, в
This
цьому
is
випадку за
important
Харків
because,
з'являються
speaking of my region, Kharkiv, we see new LGBT community members appearing there. And I do see the work that has started already with better integration and re-socialization of IDPs in Kharkiv and region. I see measures taken to better integrate women and children, and I think that similar instruments and tools should be available to LGBT community members. So my question is, are there any plans or intentions to create such safe spaces for LGBT community members using similar comparable re-socialization tools used for IDPs, for example?
Силами спільнот наших і за лідерством наших спільнот.
And these measures could take place with involvement of our organizations, and where these can be managed by our LGBT organizations. So are there any plans of such activities? How can we help?
Дякую дуже за ваше запитання.
Thanks for your question. Right off the bat, the process will be most probably a lengthy one. And LGBT organizations, community organizations, I would love to see them involved in our coordination activities. Please come up, present yourself, raise questions, because our coordination activity involves both bigger international players and smaller national, subnational level organizations. So this is just another opportunity to bring the problem to the limelight. I cannot repeat it enough. Please come to us. Please let us know of the matters that are of importance for you. I will jot down your suggestions, and definitely we will keep it in the focus of our attention for further planning. Besides, I would suggest you to, well, besides participating in the coordination efforts, to become more visible. We also have tools just for that, to help you better announce yourself in terms of your geographical cover and the range of topics you're working in. There's a platform for organizations to do that with no too complicated procedures, so we could really add you to our platform readily and easily. Now, coming to the reporting, like Anna mentioned, if you have some projects you are implemented, this is a complex process, but we are also ready to support all organizations. We can help you with reporting, all sorts of administrative support as well. Yeah, thank you. Sabine, please.
I just want to add on the issue of coordination, because it may be a little bit confusing, because what we're talking about is also different coordination mechanisms. So there's the protection cluster, and then there's the GHA, the Gender and Humanitarian Working Group, which, yeah, all of us are also part of. Just because you mentioned Kharkiv and that you're coming from Kharkiv, I want to say that for the GHA, we have the national level mechanism. So as I said, that coordination mechanism meets approximately once a month. I hope that most of you are on the mailing list, that you're getting that information. If you're not, please come to one of us and we'll be happy to include you. But I also want to say that, you know, decentralization and working at the local level is also important. So specifically for the GHA, we are trying to also ensure that there will be GHA meetings outside of Kyiv, that they will be in, for example, in Dnipro, but again, specifically with Kharkiv. I was recently in Kharkiv and met with a group of civil society organizations, and they said that they were very interested in creating GHA in Kharkiv. So just to say that we want to also have more of a localized approach, because we realize that the needs are different in different areas. When I was in Kharkiv, for example, it was mentioned to me that there are very few shelters for victims of or survivors of violence, and so that this is a big need for Kharkiv. And so these are things that are important for us to know. It's not that me as UN Women that we would be able to respond to this, but it's something that all of us together as international organizations, hopefully working closely with the local administration, these are hopefully issues that we can respond to based on the needs that you are identifying and all the great work that you're already doing.
Thank you. У нас, я бачу, ще є одне запитання, так?
As I can see, we have one more question. I'm Andriy. I'm from CSO, that's global. We've been working for more than 18 months now, including the humanitarian area. As Robert mentioned, for many organizations, it was quite new experience, the humanitarian area. Nevertheless, we managed to postpone our main activities like advocacy and responded in emergency situation with a humanitarian response. I would like to comment on the challenges. Later, at the next session, I will say more in my presentation, but in course of this discussion, I would like to point out to the insufficient focus on, so to say, marginal groups, LGBTQ, drug addicts, etc. Many international organizations, they understand the needs, but inside the country, those who work with IDPs inside the country, they not always understand the special needs of these groups. And as for our possible contribution to the protection cluster on our side, we work all around Ukraine. We work in Lviv and Chernivtsi. We have regional coordinators who are active contributors to the protection cluster work. Of course, protection clusters, they help us bringing us to potential partners. These are places where we can find partners for co-working. And we can find additional support. We can find psychological support which is available. Sometimes we find even resource support. But what we would like to see that at the national level, the protection cluster would be more familiar with the needs of LGBTIQ community, with the activity of LGBTIQ organizations. Because many LGBT communities, as far as I understand, have heard about protection cluster for the first time today. If you are in Kyiv, I'm ready to meet with you to discuss in more detail how we can improve our cooperation in what areas. Thank you. Andrea, I would like to comment about non-inclusivity. As Sabina and Ola mentioned, please come to our sessions and say what you want to say. We are not people from upper class. We are here for you, and and inclusivity, it is not something which happens in itself. Inclusivity is a thing that you have to contribute to, and participating in our sessions, you can get access to contacts, you can get access to resources. And as Sabina has said, quite often this is a venue, a platform where you can become visual to potential partners and you can find partners to cooperate. And this is your responsibility to come to this platform, to make you visible, and to do something. Of course, the war was an event which would not be planned, and in this situation, we all try to do what we can. This is our joint responsibility. Actually, Anna has answered answered your question. Everything that you mentioned, that you cooperate with other partner organizations, this is actually what we are designed for, to ensure your cooperation with other partners. We call it redirection. And our cluster takes responsibility for the safety of your redirections. And as Anna mentioned, this is a platform for you, a venue for you to become visual. And the more you will be able to present your needs, the more understanding you will get in response from other layers of community. Thank you.
Ну, я буду говорити від своєї організації, тобто ми робимо все від нас
On
залежне,
behalf
щоб
of
все ж
my
таки
organization, I want
йти,
to say that
впроваджувати
we
і
try to do
розповсюджувати серед
everything
багатьох
possible to
гуманітарних організацій, але їх декілька
spread
десятків, якщо не
information
сотні, ті,
about
які працюють в Україні. Це не проста робота,
our
це важка
work
праця.
and
Але ми працюємо.
to get
Але я ще
access
згадав,
to
що,
many
у нас в
humanitarian
Україні є,
organizations.
мені здається, що з лютого цього року так звана
Also,
ще один координуючий орган. Це платформа гуманітарних організацій.
I've got information that that since this year we have a platform of humanitarian organizations in Ukraine. This is another coordinating body. Among its membership, she has many CSO organizations. This is one more platform for coordination of humanitarian aid at the national level.
Дякую дуже. Товариство,
Thank
у вас
you
зараз буде
for
можливість
your
поспілкуватися з іншими спікерами під час
information, and now you will have an opportunity to do networking in course of our coffee break. I wish you fruitful work today and tomorrow. Stay safe, and now we will have a coffee break.
and other sorts of assistance. Legal advice and help, whether it is about documents, the procedure of going abroad, interaction with recruitment centers, one of the topmost issues for men. So if you are to categorize LGBT communities, it is about MSMs, gays, bisexual individuals. These are the guys who practically have no chance of going abroad. Partly this also affects the transgender community, to a lesser extent women, but again, these are the individuals who request our help and stay in our shelters. So social consultation and advice and resocialization of LGBTQ+ people who find themselves in challenging circumstances because of the war. It also involves Mercy Corps funded vouchers for professional training to upgrade qualifications or acquire another set of skills. We also have information educational events based on the safe spaces we have, based on the shelters that we have in different cities.
Або воно було дуже поруч, як одна система працювала. Також у нас є великий ком'юніті-центр.
We also have a large community center for LGBT community members in Poltava with no shelter there. But in the rest of the region, we have communication and keep contact online and via mailings. Overall statistics in the first 9 months of this year, Alliance Global provided assistance to more than 14,000 LGBTQ+ individuals. The next of kin has delivered 15,585 services in the 9 months of this year. So 14,000+ of LGBTQ individuals received, practically everyone received at least one service. And about 2 weeks ago, we had a representative of the UN commissioner. She did visit one of our shelters. This is a breakdown of services that LGBTQ representatives received. I advise you to look into the figures, to check our presentation, as well as presentations from other organizations, because all of us present very valuable data and types of highlights of our assistance that we deliver. We can see that cash assistance has been among the priorities, as well as foodstuffs delivery, food vouchers, and so on. This is the pie that presents top needs. Top needs for financial assistance among LGBT people and the next of kin. It was a survey carried out among more than 5,500 of individuals, or 2,279 households. You can see that most of the needs relate to foodstuffs, water, utility services, medications. I think medications have risen to the second place now, people needing them more and more, as well as specialized medical assistance, psychological and psychiatric included. Unfortunately, antidepressant drugs are in increasing.
Для дітей, у кого є діти, ремонт в помешканні, продукти для
Now,
оформлення будинку, хто невеличких.
goods for kids, repair services,
І ви бачите, там, на навчання.
household heating for private households, and so on. This pie chart shows the percentage of unique individuals who used our shelter opportunities in January through August this year.
106. От 106 всього людей, ви бачите. І з них
106 unique individuals. Of them, more than 40% in Kiev, 22+% in Lviv, also Dnipro, Chernivtsi, and just the persons in Kharkiv. The small number is because the shelter has just opened in Kharkiv, and it will definitely hold more.
Так, це які психологічні консультації.
This is the explanation of the number of people who got counseling, psychological counseling, for the same period. So the actual numbers of counseling sessions are in thousands actually now. We are further expanding this type of activity. And, well, I'd like to continue with what I started during the previous session. It is about the current challenges the community is facing as it stands, as it goes, based also on the proper experience of our organization in the majority of humanitarian and similar organization. LGBTQ and such groups are not a priority in the humanitarian response palette. The organizations present at our first panel have always been most inclusive in respect of our community. On the other hand, I'd like to tell you that for the past couple of months, we've started talking to multiple humanitarian organizations, trying to inform them about why it is needed, necessary to work with LGBT community members, why it may not be possible to send LGBT people to like general community centers or shelters because of some specific needs they have, because we already saw some discrimination or conflict cases. And our representatives need an inclusive environment, shelter. It may not be a shelter for 150 persons. It should be smaller, much smaller, maybe a couple of dozen persons, well suited to cater for specific needs. Also, there is a problem with red tape when looking for grants and other sorts of financial assistance. Bigger organizations have quite a burdensome set of documents to fill out, and we checked the UN humanitarian program, and really it's, the rounds of hell that one has to go through to finally get funds, not in a matter of months, but maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year. So yes, it works for big organizations, maybe for chapters or branches of international organizations in a country. This is what can be done by them, but for our grassroots organizations at the local level, we just don't have enough technical and human resource to go through it, unfortunately. The existing UN-based cluster system, I already said about it being not quite comprehensible for rank-and-file LGBT organizations at the local level. And I would even dare to say they are not inclusive enough for LGBTQ plus people. We try to raise awareness of LGBTQ plus needs, and we develop our work with all types of clusters, also international. International humanitarian donors generally tend to provide short-term assistance for maximum 5 months, which hardly translates into sustainable humanitarian programs for NGOs and really leaves lots of questions as to further support. I would say this is a challenge as well. In our view, in order to ensure sustainability of humanitarian services and their quality, long-term financial facilities like 1 year and more should be in place. And some donors started being more attentive to these requests, so we do hope for a longer cooperation horizon. The majority of donor institutions pay not enough attention to the building of organization capacity of our NGOs during the time of war. Because of people living in the country, it becomes increasingly problematic to find personnel, to find staff members, whether it is in their management or for monitoring and evaluation. So generally we have a bigger problem. So it's not about funds, actually, it's about scarcity of resource. Not enough skilled professionals available. There are severe limitations on the movement of men because of the war. And this is also because of recruitment centers and the modus operandi. From here, there is a need for better awareness-raising events to tell more about particularities of mobilization process, and more should be communicated to LGBT communities on these matters. We have series of webinars with professional lawyers involved to inform people better. Individual counseling, para-counseling for LGBT community members on possibilities of going abroad, receiving medical treatment, and so on. Unfortunately, we still see quite a lot of cases of unwarranted detention of our community members with lots of rather illegal actions being taken by representatives of recruitment and conscription centers. Unfortunately, we had this experience. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you for presentation. This introductory presentation by Andrei Chernyshev, we have made a bridge from the first session to the second one. And during the morning session, we have heard how international organizations committed to humanitarian assistance were able to help to LGBTQ community. And now Andrei had shown some problem areas in cooperation between international and domestic organizations when it comes to humanitarian aid to LGBTQ. And also you explained more about resources, about fundraising, to be able to continue this support. We have heard about the work carried out by national LGBTQ organizations, and what are the needs of the community that you're going to meet during the year to come. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Olga Anipka, who is representative of the UA Pride. At the end, we will have Q&A session. Good morning, I'm Olga Anipka. My presentation is going to be short. I believe that you know that Kyiv Pride never had been dealing with the humanitarian aid in the past, because Kyiv Pride is a big event, and we never dealt with the humanitarian aid. And despite that, during the last 2 years, we found ourselves into it. About myself, I'm an activist, lesbian, an active member of LGBT community. So what are our major assistance areas? Shelter for LGBTQ, psychological support groups, humanitarian aid, and training programs. You may recollect that within the first week of the full-scale invasion, there was chaos. People tried to flee from their homes and look for more safe places. And then our members started to apply to us. We fled from the east of Ukraine, and we came to Kyiv, and we need shelter, and we found the need to create such facilities, shelters, not just the office where you can have a sink and that's it, no shower, nothing else. So we, in late March, early April 2022, we have organized a shelter for 25 people. Proper shelter with a bunker in case of shelling. And then online we organized information how to be able to tackle the situation, to come into terms with the situation. Then we organized direct financial support to some people. And then we started to disseminate food cards, paid food cards, like vouchers for food stuff in Silpo food markets. And later we have launched our training programs in 2022.
Було зрозуміло, мені, наприклад, точно було зрозуміло, коли люди приїжджають, вони приїжджають з дуже різних...
When the Russians stopped to shell us very intensively, we came to conclusion that we had to organize trainings.
Ну, там, наприклад, там приїжджали люди, котрі
We found that trainings were IDPs were coming to Kiev from small cities and towns, and they required training, information how to settle in big city in big Kiev, how to find jobs, etc. And we found that our LGBT can train these IDPs, and we organized LGBT courses in body massage, in barista profession, so sort of a set of occupations which would allow people to get new skills and then find new job. So we organized this shelter for people where we allow people to stay with us 1 month and 1 month more in case of need. Why we limit this term? Because 1 month or 2 months, usually it is enough to find a job, to retrain, and when people start earning money, they usually are able to pay for a bed in for a stay somewhere. And also, we provided IDPs with food, and then I came to understanding that Allianz Globals, Insight, and some other organizations were doing something.
То просто треба було, ну я просто там консолідувала інформацію, подавала людину. Тобто там ось це, наприклад, там
I found myself consolidating information about available services from other assistance programs.
Що нам допомагало досягти цілі? Ретельна перевірка людей.
What allowed us to act efficiently, careful check of people, everybody who deals with humanitarian support know how it is difficult to double check that you deal with a needy person. Then strict compliance with the rules, and then limited term of stay in our shelter. And I may provide a good example when we have launched our shelter and encouraged everybody to contribute. People brought furniture, clothes, food, etc. Then we organized a lot of interviews, reporting abroad that we have organized shelter, etc. And when I say that we organized psychological support groups and explained people how to adapt to new conditions, you understand what I mean. that we try to support psychological health, try to help people to adapt to new conditions, and create for them motivation to move further. Humanitarian support. Within first month, we were able to provide some financial support. Then we provided food vouchers.
В Бучу, і ми возили дуже велику кількість просто продуктових, ну там просто овочі, фрукти, все таке. Ніяких фруктів не було, давайте нікого не обманювати.
When some areas around Kyiv were liberated, we supplied food there to people.
Можливість отримати такі прості речі, як павербанк, спальники.
And we provided people with the power banks and warm blankets all around in shelter in newly liberated areas. Resources. We continuously searched for resources, for financing sources, cooperation with other civilian organizations.
І програма навчання.
Training programs.
Це надання інформації про права і обов'язки для ВПО. Це якраз про те, про що
information for IDPs, about available resources, about the mobilization, about military healthcare commissions. Another area of work were trainings, how to write a resume, CV, how to look for a job, individual consultations about job seeking, training in new professions and skills, and financial awareness. When I think about training new skills, I try to offer something which could be mastered within 1 month or several months. That is, our objective is to provide people with the possibility to gain new skills and find new job within 1 or 2 months. Biggest challenges with which we had to cope. Huge number of requests for assistance, search for funds, fundraising, and security, and complexity of living, complexity of living together by big number of people, and of course minor fraud, and prevent any fraud in the area of shelter seeking. Humanitarian needs for the future. We will need foodstuff and medicines, maybe temporary shelters, psychological support groups, and mutual support groups, and the need to provide information about friendly physicians and medical staff. Thank you, Olga, for openness, and as to your comments about the language which we have not corrected, The National Broadcast Council yesterday explained to us what is the policy of the councils. That's why we did not cross out a word from your presentation. Thank you for this openness and presentation of the challenges that you faced, both inside your community and in interaction at the local and international level. Now, I'm happy to give the floor to
досвіду і викликів громадських організацій ЛГБТІ пані Юлії Балагулі.
To Yulia Balagula and your insight. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It was requested to be brief, and I understood that I'm going to be brief.
Буде один слайд. На слайді буде інформація.
I will show just one slide, and it will contain all the information that I would like to present and what is behind the figures.
Що допомогло? Що пришвидшило?
Then I will describe what helped us to overcome challenges, what were the biggest problems. Due to our team, which worked in Lviv, Chernivtsi, and Kyiv, we managed to launch our shelters within 5 days after beginning of the full-scale invasion, and since February 29th, we had shelters. Then legal and psychological support. We managed to launch it almost immediately. We organized the procedure of registration and started to look for sufficient number of psychologists.
Заповнили ті, хто змогли, зрозуміли, що можуть долучитися до цього. І, власне,
we managed to enroll many psychologists to form our pool, including a pool of psychologists in the regions.
Безкоштовні інтервізії для них. Що стосовно юридичної допомоги,
As for legal support, we had provided more than 2,000 consultations.
Людина чекає на відповідь і так далі.
Again, in due course, we have a procedure when you fill in a form and then you wait for a legal response. While we found ourselves consulting to all layers of population, not just to LGBTQ, but to all the neighbors of LGBTQ, just ordinary people, regular people, and we gradually found ourselves satisfying with all the needs of IDPs, like medicines, hormonotherapy, insulin, etc. That is what was most important. All financial resources that inside had, we paid for the medicines. When people relocated with satisfied their medicine needs and medicines, then we found our we found the need in beds, in accommodation of pets, in everything actually, in all the humanitarian needs. And our previous contacts, which we established in the past, it allowed us to to find these resources.
Проблема була. Важливо, це
The biggest problem at that
міжнародна система переглянула
time,
згідно з нашими рекомендаціями.
our request to international system of humanitarian support is to review the ways how you deliver humanitarian support to specific countries. That is, you get humanitarian support arriving from international organization, but it is relevant for other countries, not for Ukraine. But the lessons learned from our first days of response to humanitarian needs, it allowed us to get better understanding what is needed just here, just now, for these very people. And we have shaped the need, the list of needs quite quickly. On this slide, you have seen the figures. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую поки що єдиній людині на цій сесії, хто
This was the only one person who stuck with the time limits. Now I'm happy to look at the question, to give the floor to our online participants. The floor goes to Ivan Tereshchuk, LGBT Association Liga.
Справді трошки хвилююся, бо вже декілька років не презентувався на
Unfortunately,
конференції.
we almost do not hear him.
Три з яких це
I'm
представлення,
going
інформація
to
про
show
мене і фотографія.
several
Три – це
slides.
цифр не буде, бо хоч
You
моя
would not
презентація
see
і
many
зветься
figures.
гуманітарні інтервенції півдня України, але я більше буду говорити про пройоби, перепрошую, про прогалини, які я помітив в нас та де-інде.
And I will speak about the gaps. I won't speak much about the problems because you know that salaries are going down, that vacancies numbers are going down. In Mykolaiv, we have big problems with vacancies, and the labor market has difficulties. Even before the war, LGBT community in Mykolaiv had been rather vulnerable population, but I will describe the level of services. Our partners keep focusing our attention on the individual design, needs-oriented design of services. And now our members of community, our clients, come with not just with a single problem, but with multiple problems. That's why I will describe the biggest problems. Insufficient number of shelters and limited time limits for stay in them. I know that in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, Lviv are shelters, but they do not meet the number of needs and requests for support. Usually these shelters may house up to 15 people, which does not cover the need that we have. And the time limits to stay in those shelters is between 2 weeks and 2 months. But if people require a special approach to socialization, then this can become a problem. In Projector NGO, we had clients who required a shelter stay for a year. The second issue is to assist people in getting new skills, but the occupations that we offer to master, like barista, it's a hairdresser, etc., does not include into consideration the needs of labor market and whether the possibility to earn is equivalent to the needs to survive. Then monetary support which we are able to provide would allow people just survive within 2-3 months, but they are not sustainable. And people won't be able to survive with that assistance sustainable. Perhaps we should cut down the number of monetary aid recipients and increase the sums of money. Then in the area of health care, major gap is the absence of a program which would be able to cover expenses of medicines that are not covered by state reimbursement program. Those medicines that are not covered by state reimbursement programs might be critical for our clients in the situations of crisis. During last month, we had 50 requests for medical drugs which are not reimbursed from the state programs and that people cannot afford. 1/3 of those requests were about anti-depressing drugs, etc. Social support is usually targeting HIV, tuberculosis, drug addiction clients, while LGBT community LGBT community members even now cannot understand the essence of the healthcare reform and how the healthcare services could be delivered free to Ukrainian citizens. And people are totally unaware about available services, and that's why quite often we are approached by LGBT community members who request for medical healthcare services. Summing up the challenges faced by LGBT community, we provide provide services in decentralized way. In one organization, you can find one type of assistance, in another organization, another type of assistance, with considerations of logistics. It is rather difficult to rush between all these locations. Many services are designed in a way that you can get them only in big cities. Before full-scale invasion, MSM community in Odessa region was at the level of 14,000, and only half of them resided in Odessa. Another 50% resided in rural areas or in smaller towns around Odessa. Without access to big city like Odessa, they remained beyond the focus of our attention. And quite often it was difficult for them to get healthcare services and to get access to product stuff, charity product stuff that we delivered.
І це є проблема. Загалом, як вже зазначив цей Андрій, це слабка підтримка.
As Andriy mentioned, weak support of the sustainability of and organizational development of LGBTQ from international charity organizations. Major areas of our association: we provide with foodstuff and humanitarian stuff. We assess the needs of our clients in Odessa and Mykolaiv. Sometimes we are unable to cover all the needs, and we have to focus on specific segments. Sometimes we redirect our clients to other organizations.
So if someone knows of an assistance needed, please tell us. Financial assistance, we are not providing it currently. In the first year and a half, or since the full-scale invasion, we provided monetary assistance worth of about 25 million hryvnias. Rather than tying to individuals, we focused on the needs. In terms of relocation, healthcare protection is among our priorities. We try to follow up individuals with all types of diagnoses. If someone was in need of surgery, we try to look what is available in our region, if additional payment is needed, and it wasn't exactly about HIV, TB, and hepatitis. It was about all sorts of diseases and conditions. We also involve family doctors. We facilitate access to medicines. We facilitate the purchase of medicine if receipt is available. We also help with specific lab tests. If there are some tests not covered by the National Public Health Protection Service, we step in with our funds. We also help with the recombinant vaccine for hepatitis vaccination. And the last slide offers some glimpses of our targeted assistance. Thanks for attention.
дуже змістовно і водночас.
Oh, thank you, Ivan. Very in-depth and
Прошу тоді
very laconic, I would say.
перейдемо до останньої запланованої на цю сесію.
And let us have the last talk
Залишилося ще достатньо
of the
часу
session to have some more time for discussion, for Q&A from the floor and online participants.
Власне, надаю слово
And I'd like to give the floor now to another speaker. Please welcome Marina
з громадського здоров'я.
Varban from the Public Health Alliance.
Дня, колеги. Дуже приємно було чути, скільки ми разом
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's been a pleasure to hear the great progress we have achieved so far. My presentation is about innovative approaches, but this is exactly for our alliance, because like many other organizations, we've never dealt with humanitarian assistance before.
Наступний слайд, будь ласка.
Next slide, please.
Скажімо так, я не буду так
I'd put it like this. Rather than focusing on the totality of issues our country and its residents have faced since the full-scale invasion of Russia.
Попередній слайд, будь ласка.
Can we go to the previous one?
Так. Ви бачите, що дуже багато всього і
You can see the wealth of issues and challenges, and you understand that we had to find solutions
наступний слайд, будь ласка.
to these. The alliance, effectively since March 2022, launched a fundraising campaign to collect money from donors. We were quite successful, and we started providing services not just to our traditional vulnerable groups, but also to the general public. Yet, even the projects aimed at the general public also had some specific focus on HIV-affected groups. One huge challenge and also an innovative effort was about mini grants that we made available to mini groups for a short time period, just to cover for the short-term operational needs, to solve some of the issues they faced during this full-scale invasion. In this year, we funded 32 small grants, up to $5,000 each. The number of beneficiaries that actually benefited from these mini grants has been more than 5,000 people. So the challenges and needs that we responded to with mini grants, primarily that concern improving conditions of staying in shelters. Previous speakers mentioned it, that it really became very necessary to create such shelters. There was little opportunity of doing it properly. Problems with procuring equipment and furniture were also obvious. So we provided assistance to those who needed it to install properly the shelters. The invincibility points, people particularly from smaller townships would address us to help with outfitting them, and we offered financial assistance of up to 182,000 hryvnias. Just to remind you, these invincibility points were used to provide hot tea, snacks, phone recharging opportunities for those in need. And that again was for the benefit of smaller towns and townships. Outfitting community centers. Lots of previous speakers mentioned the need to have some safe places and spaces for people to feel more or less safe, and for them to be warmed up physically and with our hearts. Because of that, we went for setting up such community centers a lot of grants were provided to deliver vouchers, food vouchers, personal hygiene item, medical vouchers, particularly for remote locations. Winterizing efforts, a lot of funds have been used to help those groups of activists working on winterization of local facilities, buildings, to help people survive through the winter. Psychological counseling, a service quite in demand, and I'm glad to see that lots of organizations have been focusing their efforts on that. Psychological counseling, health checks, also available to staff members and volunteers, were in the focus of our attention.
Ми продовжували протягом війни надсилати сейфбокси.
Throughout this wartime, we have continued distributing safe boxes. And we are really glad that in spite of logistical problems, we have been able to bring those safe boxes to people in small community centers, those who relocated and had no chance of using proper tools to ensure the healthy lifestyle. It was really important for us to reach MSM groups who had never addressed any prevention centers or institutions. There are people 35 plus, and we have seen a 67% hike in the demand for safe boxes. We provided online instructions as to how to use oral HIV test. We issued questionnaires to highlight infection risks with a clear understanding how challenging it may be to get a medical consultation at the time of war, as well as increasingly hard situation with observing proper safe behavior recommendations. We created online support groups, and we enrolled professional medics to advise people on their most immediate needs, to consult them throughout this full-scale invasion, offering help to relocated people from different regions. Professional online consultations involved medical staff, psychologists, lawyers, to provide people with all the information they might need. Another challenge, I think we'll face it, concerns a wealth of humanitarian assistance available in the region from a variety of organizations, with poor to non-existent information as to how to get this type of assistance. We know that humanitarian aid was largely accumulated there, with people having little knowledge as to where to go, what documents to bring, how to register if this is a requirement, and so on. And we understood the need to map humanitarian aid by regions and consult representatives of our vulnerable and HIV-affected groups as to how to get this assistance. We had our humanitarian aid coordinators who set up communication channels with all the 8 providers in their respective regions. We had maps designed and provided these maps to all the organizations. We trained 155 NGO activists working with LGBTQ community to facilitate their efforts to navigate their clients towards required assistance. We carried out energy audits in shelters for LGBTQ people. Why so? Because we witnessed the great need for shelters, but given the limited financial resources we did understand that there are many donors who offer opportunities of outfitting shelters with necessary equipment. We wanted that to be as efficient as possible, and because of that, we hired an independent energy auditor who went through 4 LGBT shelters, and he provided all the recommendations, including cost estimates as to what had to be done to make these shelters comfortable for those staying in them. Based on that, we bought additional equipment, improving stay conditions for representatives of target groups. And that's it from my side. We'll be glad to have your questions. Thank you all for us jointly doing what is the most needed. I'm deeply impressed with previous speakers. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Marina. And I chime in with your request for questions. Please, dear participants, no questions online so far. Maybe we have some questions from the floor. Hi, I'm Yaki from Sfera CSO. I'd like to thank all the speakers. It's really rather inspiring to see how much is made to support the community, and it is my comment rather than a question. Maybe I missed it, but in the first presentation, it was sad to see a slide about conscription and recruitment centers, and not a mention of the problems that military servicemen have been facing. Maybe I just slipped with my attention. Well, it's just a comment. Given the limited time allotted, definitely, well, you know, in terms of servicemen, we are regularly addressed by serving LGBT members. We do our best to help them out to the max of our capacity, not just to LGBT servicemen, also to military units they serve in. So just because of the short time allotted, I didn't mention that point specifically, but I could tell you much more about that. Okay. Yeah, we did censor a bit Andrey's presentation, scrapping some of the slides, including that of indication. I'm Alexandra Pavlyukova, Regional Coordinator of Cohort CSO for Odessa. Thank you for... I'd like to thank all the speakers. I particularly became interested in Ivan's presentation. Concerning LGBTQ people with addictions. The question is how to set up proper prevention, because most of psychologists have no experience, they're not trained in dealing with addicts and how to deal with them. So the question is how to do the prevention and what should the priorities be.
Прошу, пане Іване.
Ivan, please. Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Насправді, якщо ми кажемо за послуги в контексті
Actually speaking of addiction-related services, I mean psychological counseling rather than psychiatric assistance. The number of psychologists is in tune with the demand. It's rather a question of the number of psychiatrists working with addictions, because the problem is here. We don't have enough psychiatric specialists working with addictions. It's a challenge to offer a solution to it, because it's a question of how our public health system is organized and about the setup of our medical education. So I'd find it hard to provide you with an answer. Just in general terms, one might think of offering more competitive salaries to such specialists, to make salaries in the public sector comparable with that of the private sector, but it's rather, I think, a matter of advocating the thing before the government. I'm not sure if I answered your question or whether I understood that correctly, but well. Yes, okay, and we have 2 more questions, I think.
Sorry, I just spilled my coffee as I was getting up. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for the panel and all of your presentations. Again, super interesting and amazing to hear all of the work that you all are doing across your organizations. For anyone who was not at the previous panel, my name is Robert Dolan from Mercy Corps. So my question to you all is, what can INGOs and the larger international community do to better support LGBT organizations in their programming and setting programming priorities? Thank you.
Хто хоче відповісти, чи з наших...
Anyone willing to take the question? Maybe online participants as well?
А можемо попросити перекладача продублювати питання, тому що ми...
Can we ask the interpreter to repeat the question, because the guys were unprepared without their headsets. I can do it. I will do it. I will do it.
All right, I think the interpreter got it, right? Okay, cool.
То прошу.
Я би хотіла сказати, що мені здається, на мій погляд, це була би...
I think, well, in my opinion, the most rational type of assistance would be to better hear what long-serving local organizations have to say. They know it better and they make more sense. So the key two criterion is about the location, locality, if you will, where the organization is in. And secondly, people working there. Better if there are experienced people within an experienced organization. But I would not give any, umbrella recommendation on that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I offered to give the floor to our online participants as well. And we have a question from Ribal Matuk from Edge Effect. The question is regarding capacity building in the vein of the activities discussed today, particularly in respect of activities implemented by national-level service providers. He particularly speaks of vouchers, like medical vouchers specifically, and he wants to know whether these are used to buy medicines or to undergo certain treatment type, meaning healthcare services. If the second is the case, whether such vouchers can be used just anywhere or with specific service providers available in certain area. And in this case, if there is a link between vouchers and certain service providers, how the service providers are sensitive to LGBT-related matters, how they're sensitive to inclusion. Well, from our experience, I can tell you that medical vouchers, we can use them in some of our networks, pharmacy networks, to buy medicines, some specific individual ones, the ones that are needed here and now, as we say, urgently. As regards testing, diagnosing, surgeries, or other treatment types, it's more about tailored individual financial assistance. There could not be, vouchers here, because every case is individual, and we try to look into each specific case to see what type of assistance a person needs. Like recently, we had a customer of ours who needed a rather urgent type of assistance because of having oncological condition, and we had to respond really no time. So we did our best to help with surgery for him. So vouchers are mostly about buying medicines, maybe medical assisting devices, everything about treatment and diagnosing. It's rather about financial assistance mechanism. Okay, thank you. Actually, within this large two-part session on humanitarian support for LGBT communities, we were able to tackle a wide range of issues, and thank you for your questions on programmatic aspects of such assistance to LGBT community members, matters of making such humanitarian aid programs more sensitive to such groups. And really, it was important to hear the question about local service providers and their connection with local LGBT community members and their needs. We won't be able to find answers just to every question we heard, but at the very least, we have voiced out the problems, and I do hope that during our further events, we will have some specific response to that. And as we are really quite short on time now, I suggest that every panelist has just a couple of closing words. I suggest you name maybe at least one direction, one work package, which, in your view, is the most important in the humanitarian assistance area for the upcoming year. Well, it has been mentioned partially by the speakers today already, but speaking about things, the most needed ones, I think the priority will be in increasing your professional standing, qualifications upgrade, improving social cohesion, and re-socialization matters in terms of social enterprise, individual entrepreneurial efforts, and support of these. So these are the core requests we see coming in from people, which should be addressed. The remaining topics will include our shelters. They remain topical. As soon as we still go with wide-scale hostilities, we'll have to work on that.
Я теж би доєдналась би до Андрія в цих двох.
I would chime in with Andrei along these two lines.
Більше реабілітацію і
I think I will be more involved in rehabilitation for servicemen and individuals coming from the occupied territories. This is my dream, if you will. And generally, I think our own development and business development will be among the priorities.
Це ментальне здоров'я.
Mental health.
Дякую, пане Іване.
Okay, thank you, Ivan.
Я тут перепрошую за затримку.
Yeah, here.
Щоб підсумувати і дати такий загальний фідбек,
Just,
нам треба єднатися.
I think as a general feedback, we have to unite in response to all our challenges, gaps identified. Let us get together, become acquainted to jointly respond to every problem we face. And really, it's even more important that donors join the process. And that's it from my side. Okay, thank you, Marina.
Я виокремлю для себе дві таких основних лінії. Це
Two
перша
main
підтримка
lines
людей,
for
які
me.
надають
First,
послуги,
about
супервізійна підтримка,
support
тому що ми
of
на
those
передній
delivering
лінії,
services,
ми беремо на себе
supervisory
багато
support,
обов'язків,
because we are on the front
потрібно
line,
піклуватися
we absorb much of the pain, and
психічне
it's
здоров'я
really
тих, хто
important
надає
to
послуги. Це
care
перше.
after
Друге,
the
це
mental
все ж
health
таки
of those who
розширення
deliver
координації
services,
регіональної
and
гуманітарної
secondly,
допомоги
expanding
на всі
and
регіони
improving
України для
coordination
того, щоб
of the
всі,
regional
хто
level
її
assistance to
потребує,
all the regions of
могли
Ukraine,
її
so that everyone in need of
отримати.
it could receive such assistance.
Дякую. Дозвольте від імені
Okay, thank you. Then on behalf of the floor, on behalf of our online participants, thank everyone for having this very open and sincere discussion of humanitarian needs, of our LGBT communities. We had a nice discussion of the work performed by our organization at the international level, at the national and sub-regional level, and about the challenges and prospects for us in the conditions of the full-scale war in Ukraine for the benefit of LGBT individuals. Thank you so much, everyone.
Так, вже 14:02, всі нас
Let us resume.
приєднуватися до нас в залу, будь ласка.
This is our post-lunch session. I'm Людмила Янкіна. I'm representative of Зміна.
Сьогодні з нами
CSO. Today we have two offline panelists. We have
в Україні. І є Євген Білоцький з Альянс Глобал. Ці двоє представників нас мають презентації, якими вони з нами поділяться. І від Ради Європи з нами сьогодні має бути троє представників.
Mr. Bilotsky, and from the Council of Europe we have two representatives, Zemfira Kondol, Yulia Melnichuk, and Viola Popenka. They are representatives from the Directorate General of Democracy and Human Dignity, Council of Europe. Actually, today we're discussing not just simple rights, but human dignity. And today, we are discussing the state's response to homophobic and transphobic hate crimes. Whether we are moving forward in a better response, maybe Nael will also contribute to our discussion. And what the next steps will be. This will be also discussion. Perhaps, Nael, I will give the floor primarily to you.
Добре, я зрозуміла. Тоді ось ваш мікрофончик, будь ласка. Він вже увімкнений.
Your mic is on. You can just start speaking.
Окей, я маю страх, що буде багато помилок, якщо буде українською.
So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Look, what I want to talk about, I mean, it's just first a little bit so you understand who I am and the organization I represent, and also to think a little bit with you about how the UN and its human rights mechanisms can be useful to you in the work that you do, the advocacy you do on the human rights of the LGBTI community. So a lot of people do human rights monitoring. Ukraine is really blessed with a very active civil society that is closely monitoring the rights of many different communities in this country. And I mean, I'm sitting next to Ludmila from Zmina. I mean, I go on your website all the time, read all of your reports. I mean, this is excellent human rights monitoring. So why even bother to have the UN and its human rights monitoring mechanism? And in a way, we have a special privilege. Every year, the Human Rights Council in Geneva, 4 times a year, it discusses the situation in Ukraine. And that discussion takes place on the basis of our reports. Maybe it's a little bit unfair, but we have a privileged position of being the entity that does the reporting for the Human Rights Council, and we also write a report every year on the human rights situation in occupied Crimea. And it is, that is then discussed in New York at the General Assembly. So we have this privileged channel to the human rights mechanisms in Geneva, in New York. And that can be a way to reinforce some of the advocacy that you all are doing and to bring the light of international attention. I mean, sometimes you need to advocate from the bottom up. Sometimes you need to advocate, behind closed doors and in personal conversations. But sometimes you want the world to know, and it's helpful if the world knows. So for those circumstances, it is really useful to use those human rights monitoring mechanisms. Now, you know, in the past years, the mission has been here since 2014 and was really set up to focus on armed conflict. You know, what has happened in Ukraine starting in 2014, you know, first with Crimea, then with the East, and now, unfortunately, affecting the whole country. And so most of the human rights monitoring that we do is about the people who are killed, the people who are injured, and then the really bad stuff, the torture, the detention, the sexual violence, the deportation of children, and you know, the very serious crimes that are being committed in the context of the armed conflict. Some years ago, you may have seen us at the Pride parades. That was another aspect of our work that we were doing on behalf of the UN, participating in Pride parades, monitoring the safety, the security arrangements of Pride parades. I was here before, I participated. Those were really joyful events in those beautiful June mornings. Of course, the work has changed a lot since the full-scale invasion and the imposition of martial law. So that type of engagement we're no longer doing, obviously. But what I think is useful for us to have a dialogue on, you know, our focus now is really on this set of very severe violations that are occurring in the context of the war. We know that people from LGBTI communities are also affected by these violations. There may be situations in which the communities may be less likely to come forward, maybe less comfortable in reporting the violations, and we want to establish trust so that we can document these violations and bring attention to them. And why is that? So why is that important? Well, first of all, there's a point I want to make about how we work that I think is very important. It's this we work in a way that really strives to preserve the dignity of the victim and to ensure confidentiality. So we conduct interviews under, you know, we have a very detailed discussion about how the information can be used. We protect that information. And when we publish these reports that go out in New York and in Geneva, we don't put personally identifying information. So we're not going to say the name unless the person really wants us to say the name and we think it's safe to use the name. And we won't use anything that will help, you know, somebody reading it to find, this is who did it, this is who reported it. So we're very careful about that. But it is important that the world knows these, you know, what's happening and what are the trends, because our reports come out 4 times a year. And we can say, this is what's happening in beginning of 2022, this is what's happening at the end of the year, this is what's happening now in 2023, and we go along and establish those trends. International justice, the courts, that takes a long time. We're going to still be waiting for, you know, many months, maybe even years for judicial decisions. And when those courts want to know what was happening, what were the trends in human rights in a particular time period, they're going to use our reports. So if we want the world to know that there's been a trend of torture, like this is one of our main findings now, is the torture of persons in detention, the torture detention by the Russian Federation. So the torture of civilians who are detained by the Russian Federation, the torture of prisoners of war who are in detention by the Russian Federation. We've documented 90%, I mean, of people who are in detention face torture. That is really important because then later, when somebody goes to a court and says, I was tortured by the Russian Federation, is the court going to believe them? Yes. Why? Because their testimony fits an established pattern that has been documented by a UN body. And so it is really important to get these things on the record of what's going on. And we can help you to do that. That's our role. And as I said, one of the issues that we are documenting a lot is also conflict-related sexual violence is taking place a lot in conditions of detention. And the majority of victims are men, which doesn't fit people's stereotypes. I mean, people have stereotypes about what is conflict-related sexual violence, but in the Ukrainian context, unfortunately, it looks different. This is an area where it's things difficult to document, difficult for people to come forward, but together we need to create safe spaces and conditions so people can come forward and we can document the trends of what is happening to serve the future accountability mechanisms. One other thing, where this is, I think, maybe a plea from our side. We are trying as best we can to document the human rights situation in the occupied territory. What's going on with human rights, with LGBTI communities in places like Berdyansk? What's happening in Melitopol? What's happening in Donetsk and Luhansk and Lysychansk and Severodonetsk? I have no idea, really. And it is very, very difficult to get information because, of course, we don't have access. They're not letting us go there. Number one. Number two, it is not safe to just call on the phone and say, hey, how are you over there in Melitopol? What's going on with your human rights? You can't do that. I mean, it's very, and moreover, you can't do it if you're representing a UN organization. People totally scared to talk to people like us. And then fewer and fewer people are coming, because it's so difficult. Imagine you're sitting in Melitopol and you want to come to Kiev and the huge, long route that people have to travel. It's not safe at all. But we try to talk as much as possible to people who have left recently the occupied territories and are willing to share with us what's going on there once they're in a place that is safe. We try to talk to people who talk to people on the occupied territory. So we talk to the, if you have relatives on the occupied territory and you know something about the situation there that it's possible to share, or if you're leading an organization and you used to cooperate with an organization on the occupied territory and you have some information that you could share about the situation, I think right now we just don't have any information about the situation of the LGBTI community on the occupied territory, and this is something that we need to fix because we can't let it become like a black hole and nobody knows what's going on there. And then, slowly by slowly, if you don't write about it, if you don't keep raising these issues, people just forget. It's people will move on. So, I guess a plea. We're looking for to establish contact with individuals who can help to illuminate what is the human rights situation, especially for the LGBTI community in the occupied territories. Then just finally, there are other ways that we're one part of the bigger UN. And the UN also has what it calls the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity. And his name is Mr. Victor, Mr. Victor, I haven't met him, Victor Madrigal Borlos. And he came here in 2019. I don't know if anybody here met with him at the time, but okay, somebody did. When these independent experts come from the UN human rights mechanisms, they meet with like all the more senior people in government. In fact, this morning I was with the special rapporteur on internally displaced persons. So she's in town right now. But when Victor came, he did a report in 2019 on this situation of the protection of human rights related to sexual orientation and gender identity. That, I mean, we kind of went back to it. It's been 4 years, but we went back to it in recent days. And there's, you know, there are still some very valid recommendations that you can use there in your own advocacy, including calling on the Parliament to adopt legislation on civil partnerships. So it's also a resource, these independent mechanisms, and you have the right to communicate with them, share information, and also seek their engagement. So it's just another channel. So I'll pause there.
My question will be first, and I would like to ask, did you see any significant changes in the context of Ukraine between the previous times and the martial law right now? Did your monitorings show any significance that we can say definitely there are something changed in the like violations of human rights and the LGBTQI community?
You know, I wish I had a number, like you could measure that it was like this before and it's like this after. I think it's become harder to measure those trends simply because the attention has been so much on these issues that are related to the armed conflict, and maybe that is, I mean, I think that is the major trend that the very serious human rights violations occurring in the context of the armed conflict have seized our attention, yeah. So this is and then at the same time, because of martial law, we don't have as much the issues that we observed in the past around how assemblies were conducted, the freedom of the hate speech issues are also, you know, it's a different context in martial law, which has had a huge impact and made it a little bit, I think, difficult to draw comparisons.
Thank you so much. And if you have any question, I will ask you to preserve it until the end of the event. And now I would like to, хочу передати слово представницям.
Now I would like to give the floor to the representatives of the Council of Europe. Whom do we have connected? Out of 3 expected representatives, Zemfira Kondor, Yulia Melnichuk, and Viola Papenka. Whom do we have? We have at least 2. I can see Zemfira. The topic that you wanted to cover was supporting the implementation of European standards to combat discrimination and hate crimes by Council of Europe office in Ukraine. As far as I understand, you are not alone to speak. Thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours. It seems to me that I will be a reporter, not Zemfira. Thank you to all the participants. We are very grateful for this opportunity to describe our project, which we carry out jointly with the Council of Europe. I am Yulia Melnichuk. I am coordinator of this project, especially in relation to non-discrimination. Also, my colleague Viola Papenka works in the area of protection of ethnic minorities. I will, and of course, Zemfira works with us. In course of my presentation, I will describe what we managed to achieve and what we still want to achieve within another 2 years of our project. Our project is aimed at supporting Ukraine at the preliminary work when Ukraine is preparing to access the European Union, at the stage of harmonizing its legislation with the EU legislation in the area of the rights of minorities. We aim to raise awareness at the institutional and the social levels around the issues related to diversity, overcoming hatred and stereotypes as to the vulnerable groups, and overcoming the hate crimes against representatives of minorities. This is quite new project, especially in its discrimination aspects, because protection of the minorities' rights was dealt at previous such projects, but this time our project comprises raising awareness at the institutional and social levels and analysis of effective legislation as to diversity and overcoming the hate crimes and stereotypes. As for awareness raising, even today the training is taking place for national police officers. This is a 2-day training for inspectors and human rights observation. At the training, our speakers, Timur Dachuk, leading expert about LGBT community and protection that they require. Also, Margarita Sekarenka contributed to it. She is a representative of the Office of Ombudsman from the European Court of Justice, and an academic in the psychology area dealing with different vulnerable groups in the conflict. We also cooperate with law enforcement agencies and strive to raise the awareness. In case any CSOs are eager to participate in our events and trainings, we encourage you to apply to us, and we will gladly include you into the teams who work on these trainings and to learn more about the cases with which you dealt. On November 21st, we plan to hold a roundtable with the CSO's representatives representing LGBTQ communities and discuss further cooperation in a public awareness campaign and about establishing civilian, promoting civilian partnerships law. We currently carry out our work with the promotion and support to the law on civilian partnerships. We encourage you to contribute to this work because we are eager to help the governmental bodies and overcome the shortcomings in prevention of hate crimes, etc. We have two components in our project. Support to Ukrainian beneficiaries, analysis of current legislation, and component 2, support to Ukrainian beneficiaries in implementation of the legal base as to national minorities at central and local levels. On this slide, you see the list of events which were offered to the representatives of local authorities and CSOs. These are trainings, roundtables, coordination of the CSO's work, and involvement of more partners. I expect to get your suggestions how you would like to cooperate with us. Maybe you require expert support or you want to cooperate with CSOs from our project, or maybe you would like to participate in legislation impact assessment or creation of the coordination platform for those who work on non-discrimination.
And with thanks to Yulia, I'd like to ask Zemfira if she's to add something to what Yulia has said. Yeah, dear colleagues, just to add that we are truly thankful for your invitation for us to this conference. It's really of importance for us to be able to set up enhanced dialogue with representatives of LGBTQ+ organizations and to continue with our cooperation. Because of my background as a human rights activist on Roma topics, I do understand problems that marginalized communities or groups face in Ukraine. We do understand here the complexity of the topic, and we are ready to cooperate. So Yulia has said enough about the project of ours. This is a 3-year project, so we are ready to cope with you. Thank you. We thank you too. From what I see, what CE representatives, Yulia and Zemfira presented, this is a nice window of opportunity where they perform the role of a bridge between the civic society and the government. So if you have in mind promoting your ideas, products, or maybe initiatives, or if you are willing to amend the legislation and want to discuss these with the government and CE representatives, this is a nice opportunity for you. It's just another yet confirmation that nothing is impossible. It's a practical opportunity for you to ask or address someone direct and have your plans implemented.
Також я хочу вам подякувати за те, що ви проводите такі навчальні
Also, I'd like to thank you for carrying out education and training events together with Точка Опори, like the ones for the National Police, Road Traffic Police.
дуже завжди вболіваю за навчальні
I'm
програми.
generally very much for LGBT trainings for the police,
Всіх це в першу чергу про безпеку. І я
because primarily it's about our security and safety. I think many of those in the hall can assess the situation in retrospective.
приміром на 2012 рік,
Like if we remember 2012, when the first Pride was carried out until now, we still seem to have,
коли ми не можемо проводити і брати участь.
well, some comparisons to make. Yes, there is a martial law period and we cannot go on such marches, but still we see that there is a change of attitude among the police. Back in 2012, we had requests from the law enforcement to abstain from the march. They did their best to discourage us, to even block this opportunity for us. Yet still the civic society insisted on that, and it was right. The police wanted us to move to some remote locations, on the outskirts of Kiev, with some dire consequences because there was, well, some clash, and the PO was injured as well. Then we saw that police attitude started changing year after year. It was like militia officially that back then. Now this is the national police, but we also see people with different sets of values coming into police, with differing approaches, and we are thankful to our international partners for helping them progress on that. We can witness the progress. So all the way from please forget, please do not go, we are not going to protect or defend you, from those side looks to the current situation. The progress is obvious. I do remember that back in 2017 and 18, there still were some negotiations with the law enforcement regarding how to hold the march, the demonstration, and some routes would be advised, and the civic society was defending its right to do what it wants to do, to use the streets that it wanted to use, without hiding in shadows. And I think this is really the progress that has come thanks to the efforts of those fighting for it. So truly the progress is obvious. Huge progress, I would say. And I think probably different monitoring sessions can reconfirm that. Probably there won't be anything like that in the coming year or two. So we'll have to revisit the previous experience to see how things have changed. Still, from my communication with people, also with high-ranking officers in the National Police, in the Prosecution Office, elsewhere, I do see how things change and attitudes change gradually. So we can thank each other, everyone here, for your insistent work and efforts.
Просто жити, проводити свої заходи таким чином, як хочеться.
When we are able to have our events without hiding, without thinking that it might be inconvenient for someone. I'd like to give the floor now to Yevhen with his presentation on how human rights were observed in Ukraine. You had your monitoring in 2022, so please tell us about the situation and then we'll discuss the situation in our legislation. Yeah, thank you. I am Yevhen. I represent representative of a hub, paralegal hub from Alliance Global, and we are keen in monitoring right violations, particularly in respect of HIV, MSM, and LGBT communities. We are also looking into the violations of rights of substance user communities, sex workers, and some other communities as well. As I've already mentioned, we became a paralegal hub just a couple of years ago. We started as a paralegal network for MSM groups, as well as for adolescents with HIV. We started registering abuse cases, responding with paralegal support to these. And we also had secondary type of assistance when we could refer the victim to dedicated legal authority or consultancy. So what paralegal help is? It's about primary legal counseling delivered by trained personnel in case of human rights violation, to ascertain the case of violation, to advise on accessible and available avenues and options. So what are paralegal people? What they are, actually. These are individuals with no professional legal education who nevertheless underwent our trainings, legal trainings, trained to provide some primary initial legal assistance, like filling out claim documents, complaints, while secondary legal assistance involves already representation in courts, where appropriate legal counsels with relevant permits and authorizations exist. So this paralegal term was coined based on paramedic assistance. So unlike medical staff, we work in the legal field. We have 200 of paralegals in different regions of Ukraine, also in other communities, not just MSM community. Our paralegals are represented in all parts of Ukraine, excluding the temporarily occupied territories, though technically there still are paralegals working there, doing whatever they can there. Our assistance that we provide is based on the equal-to-equal basis and is free of charge. Before going to present the monitoring results of MSM rights violations, back in 2022, our hub registered almost 370 claims of rights violation, which required paralegal assistance. Most of the cases concerned injection substance users, HIV patients, and former convicts. Speaking about our MSM LGBT community, in 2022, we had 128 rights abuse claims. Of them, 121 was successfully resolved. So the majority of cases were referred by males. And in terms of age group, the major group was within 18 to 35 years old. So what do you mean under cases were successfully resolved? Well, very nice question. Not in terms of having all the rights restored properly, but rather specific actions and steps taken to make good for these rights, to restore the rights, rather. Say, if it is about a case of physical abuse, different types of like battery. One example from 2022. Several months ago, a customer, an MSM, was physically assaulted by being an MSM by a group of unknown individuals, strangers. So a referral to police was issued, and finally the guys got their sentences. This is not the case all the time. There are cases when you may apply to police with no real progress in the case. POs doing little or nothing in some cases. Okay, then, which begs another question from me. Do you remember the article in which the case was opened? 161, battery. Okay, continue, please. Here we see the distribution in cases per regions. Just disregard 125 figure. This is a mistake. But most of the cases were registered in Kyiv in Oblast, also Lviv and Lviv Oblast, Dnipro and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and some other oblasts of Ukraine. And here we see types of rights violation. Most of them concern MSMs, like threats, blackmail, harassment, refusal from services because of one's LGBT or HIV status. 16 cases concerned derogatory reaction because of the status or refusal from employment. 15 cases were related to refusal from healthcare, poor quality health, or extorting money extortion for services that should be free of charge. And there were 5 cases of right violation during occupation and because of hostilities, and refusal from public services. The most culprits in the last year were law enforcement agencies with their harassment tactics and derogatory approach. Then were public institutions, family members, and people known to victims. We had 16 cases of violations caused by strangers. 12 cases concerned some illegal activities from military servicemen, also at the checkpoints. Then among violators, we will see healthcare institutions, employers, and so on. And here is assessment of claims of rights violation for trans community. We have the data check information and telecommunication system, which provides us all the data for the analysis. So we had 14 claims for trans community members. Not many of them were resolved. Potentially because of some clients lost. If we think in terms of 2022, some of our customers went abroad and subsequently abandoned the case. Our paralegal hub also carries out trainings, practically on a quarterly basis. We have trainings, webinars. Next year, we are going to see further involvement of our MSM network, and there will be more trainings. We will be announcing new call for paralegals, so please check our web pages, and if you are willing, you can apply. And a couple of words about this ITS, the data check, which provides us with statistics. There are two types of information in the system. There are data that you can use by downloading an app through iStore or Google Play. Also, if a customer does not want to key in the information in his case or her case herself, paralegal can do it for him. And there are 6 main blocks: healthcare, education, community, justice and law enforcement, work, and emergencies. Just to provide some rough breakdown of abuse cases.
Дуже дякую, Євгене. Там був такий в твоїй презентації.
Thank you so much, Evgen. In your presentation, there was a mention of certain blackmail that some people were subjected to because of their orientation. I do hope that at some point our society will stop being phobic, transphobic, homophobic. The blackmailing agents won't stand a chance, and people will never have to be concerned with being who they are, actually, and it will be much easier for us to live with each other without that type of blackmail. Okay, thank you for the presentation. So let me announce a discussion, I would say. Sorry. Zemfira Kondara wants to do an announcement. So please, Zemfira, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ludmila. Dear conference participants, I'd like to inform you that we've been addressed by the administration units for human rights support at the National Police of Ukraine with a request to instill and broaden a dialogue between them and civil society organizations, like informal meetings, and we are ready to support that. Such meetings will feature activists, informal organizations. We will start from Kyiv, then we will roll them out to other regions of Ukraine. Mr. Ruslan Garichenko wants to participate, to manage such meetings, to discuss matters and needs of interest and concern for the community, participants of the meetings. And he said they will respond to such requests and such needs during these dialogue sessions. We will keep you posted. All CSOs will be posted about upcoming meetings. The first meeting has been slated for the second half of November. We will look for a neutral location, for a venue, not a formal one, for people attending it to feel safe and comfortable enough to discuss matters of high relevance for them. In cooperation with the National Police of Ukraine. So if there is an interest in the meetings among CSOs, please address us and we will gladly invite you. We will also spread the information through these events coordinators. Thank you so much, Zemfira. It's really nice to see that law enforcement is the initiator, are the initiators of this dialogue effort with civic society representatives when they want to have a dialogue. I'm completely for it. I'd like to be present as well. So I call upon everyone offline, online to join the effort because it definitely will work for the benefit of our future contacts in the relationship, and it's really high time to attend, to voice up concerns, to weed out the bugs we still have in our legislation, to highlight the issues we are having now, to describe some monitoring results, say, on the attitude of law enforcement towards LGBT community members. So we have quite a lot of things to share. And I think that what Zemfira has mentioned is really a nice to have thing for all of us. So we still have 6 minutes to go, and in the remaining time, I'd like to briefly assess the situation. Like, what is the legislative landscape? Because there are 2 draft legislations strongly advocated by the community, 54-58. The one that has been lobbied by the community for many years already. And this is a bill to bring to responsibility for hate crimes. So where do we stand now? What are the prospects for this piece of legislation? Also, what are the prospects for a draft legislation on civil partnerships? Let us have a discussion of it. Yevgen, please, you are the first one. Let's start with civil marriages, civil partnerships. In my view, Ukraine has been making a strong progress with adopting new documents and amendments to the legislation on same-sex marriages and such couples. We had 2 draft legislations suggested before, one from an MP, another from the MOG. We do know that now the Ministry of Justice supports the bill motion by MP Sovsun, which is good. And a couple of weeks ago, the MOD, who had initially stated there had been no gays in our army, now says they support this bill. Again, this is a positive development. Let us see how it will develop further. I will not risk myself into offering any forecasts regarding its adoption. Let us wait and see how things will develop. and how strong the support from our international partners will be. Let us see if the government is ready to do it. Okay, thank you. Noel?
I really liked how you took us back to 2012 and reminded us of the situation, of really how much has changed. So this is the good thing about getting a little bit older, is that you have this perspective that change. You know, we work in, international organizations, NGOs. We like to make plans for 12 months. And actually, a lot of the changes maybe take years. But what's been wonderful in Ukraine is to see over the years how the progress has been made, because things did change a lot. I mean, and at the same time, but that shouldn't lead to a complacency, It's like, okay, things are changing slowly but surely, things are going in the right direction. I think that's why we need sort of the younger activists to come along and say, but it's not good enough, we need to do more, right? So I think that is what's happening, and including with these 2 draft laws. And then but here in Ukraine, there's the added question, is wartime the right time? Because you can look at it from both sides. Wartime, a lot of problems. We need to focus on the war. So that's one, I understand that's a valid perspective. But then there's the other perspective is, war is a time of really, where we have to be ready to change very quickly. We all might have to change our plans by tonight, who knows? And I think we've learned how to be more open, more flexible, more open to change. And so maybe wartime is the right time. But I think, this is a dilemma a question for Ukrainians to address. But I think it's quite impressive to see the energy that is being brought to make positive changes, even at a time when the country is under immense pressure.
Дуже дякую, пані Ноель.
Thank you, Noel. I always say, when I communicate with international partners, that despite the war, Ukrainians are ready to stand for their democratic values and stand for positive development. We have got 2 questions. Unfortunately, we do not have time for Q&A session, but still we will have Q&A session. The gender persecution or persecution due to gender issues in Kosovo, whether there are any referrals from persecution of LGBTQ representatives from deoccupied territories, about persecution in course of occupation. Yes, we received information about 3 such cases. Almost all of them happened in 2022. One case happened in Chernihiv. Several cases were in Kherson when LGBTQ member was detained by Russian occupants, and they were persecuted. Unfortunately, we do not know about many such cases because people are reluctant to report such cases. And the second question from our online audience about developing the service suppliers activity dissemination of vouchers on medicines and the doctor services. Whether these vouchers are available everywhere or only in places where service suppliers have got proper training, whether you have understood the question and whether you have any answers. I think that everything related to medical vouchers, services, capacity development, perhaps it's not the topic of our today's discussion, and it is better to address this question to experts in the area. And now I would like to give the floor to the room. I'm CSO Божертва. I am an advocate. Projector deals with the reporting of gender-biased crimes. We work directly with the ICC and present and file cases about tortures of LGBTQ members to ICC. Together with investigators, we collect the evidence, we register the evidence, and we promote registration of such cases. Some cases are now in the prosecutor's office. Some cases had reached the stage of ICC review, and currently we work with the ICC investigators and prepare, register evidence, and prepare the cases for ICC. Today, we have heard that those crimes are being reported. As a lawyer, I understand that those crimes should be registered correctly from the point of view of law, and Ukraine has not ratified the Rome Statute, but we have to register such crimes, file them to CAT. As of today, we have 10 such cases which will go to ICC. In future, we plan to register these cases in Kharkiv region. And I have a question.
Тому що я завжди волію, щоб після фіксації була якась
when the crimes are registered, when they
і як результат до суду, тобто вирок суду або закриття там у зв'язку зі
строком. I stand for timely transfer of the registered case to us as lawyers and for further registration and as for data checks, as I mentioned during my presentation, we register crime in data check And sometimes para-lawyers are able to resolve the problem. If the secondary legal aid is needed, then we redirect it to partner organizations as Helsinki Union in Ukraine or to other organizations. If a client is eligible to free legal aid, then we redirect such client to legal aid. Currently, we had discovered that there is one more organization where you can apply in case of LGBTQ crime. The organizers had shown me that we have one moment more. Or if you're ready to sacrifice your coffee, then I will allow to ask another question. Okay, you prefer coffee. That's good.
And we can go live now.
Вітаю, шановні
So,
колеги, колежанки. На нашій
hello, dear colleagues, at our next session in the scope of our 16th National LGBT Conference in Ukraine, which will be about the parliament, the government, and communities on Ukraine on the way towards legislation inclusive for
Троє учасників перед
LGBTQ.
вами офлайн.
We are having a panel discussion
Максим'як,
with a couple of participants here. Oleg Maksimyak, representative of the Secretariat of the Рівні можливості Association. Oleg Dorogan, Executive Director of BRDO. And I will present the remaining participants when they appear either online or here. So the topic of our talk is as follows. What is happening in the parliament, in the government, in terms of rights and freedoms of LGBT and public health? And I'd like to start with this prevailing decriminalization track. We are living in this time of decriminalization. We have lots of points now decriminalized in our legislation. If we have a bird's eye view of the situation, we will see some initiatives on that matter. For example, our communities did like draft law to decriminalize their intimate, explicit content, as we call it, porno decriminalization. And Alexei was instrumental in promoting it. There is also another track related to decriminalizing HIV. We still have criminal responsibilities for infecting someone with HIV, and we have another bill to decriminalize it.
Канабіс, так, є ще декрим по...
There is also a bill to decriminalize the use of certain narcotic substances like cannabis. It's not the topic of our discussion today, but we do know this has been happening already. With the view of the composition of our participants, of our audience, we'll start with the explicit content decriminalization. So Alexei, please, a couple of words who kick-started the initiative and what are the prospects of it? Thank you. Actually, it wasn't just the BRDO's attempt. Several organizations contributed to it. It's appeared as follows. We at the BRDO work on legislative changes, digital services, business reforms also for your integration purposes. And I was told by colleagues that, do you know, Alexei, that the OnlyFans content is actually criminal under our legislation. Meanwhile, they pay taxes to the local budget. And, well, I decided to look deeper into the problem. And I found that, say, in the UK, there is quite a lot of laws that are really obsolete, that no one cares about, like the law that prohibits getting your cows drunk and such things. There are also dead pieces of law in Ukraine as well, but these are being used in Ukraine, ruining lives of people effectively, despite of them being really nonsensical and obsolete. And we do understand that in circumstances of the full-scale war, it looks ridiculous when the law enforcement, rather than chasing, I don't know, Russians or spies or someone fighting against us, have to change someone for unknown reasons. Because of that, we saw it as a blatant incongruence that has been eating government resources instead of the money being channeled for more needed things.
Є багато історій, які вже в процесі цієї роботи я почув.
And throughout my involvement, I heard some stories like, about armed police SWAT squads storming the hotel, inflicting damage on hotel management, who have been sent to hospital later on. And these armed guys actually destroying half of the hotel, and some court cases being brought up, and traumatizing experiences experienced by people who did nothing wrong actually, or harmed no one. I think socially dangerous activities have to be decriminalized. I don't think it is criminal when some explicit content is sent, say, between married couples if they think it's acceptable for them. Well, in due time, we had the discourse around societal morals and how explicit contents was in violation of it. Meanwhile, we do know that the law on public moral was completely cancelled this year in Ukraine. So we have no longer a definition of public moral, and yet we still have criminal responsibility for kind of violating it. But, well, Alexei, how you managed to address MPs and how we're able to collect some initial 20 signatures, and what is your take of the prospects of this bill? Well, the BRDO has been operational since 2015. We are a non-profit think tank, and a couple of years ago we came to a conclusion that not a single organization can do just everything. Particularly reacting to complex challenges, it's necessary to join efforts. So the answer is simple. It is not just our effort. It's a communal effort of lots of organizations, also international ones, who signed the joint letters, who worked for 6 months, attending regularly meetings of the Law Enforcement Committee. I think I'm going to make a stand-up skate on that. I welcome you to my performance. I think by the time you will make it, the membership in the committee will change. But anyway, so this is the first attempt to decriminalize it. How would you assess the prospects of it? I think we have some solid chances because let us be clear about it. Many MPs were afraid to publicly voice an opinion or sign this bill because many MPs thought that it would draw some negative repercussions in the society. So they thought that what if this explicit content becomes available everywhere on the TV, everywhere. But, well, that didn't happen actually, and some surveys show that public perceptions are mostly positive. It's really hard to find any arguments contra. Meanwhile, we do know that law enforcement is very proactive in collecting money like teeth from those they bring to responsibility or try to bring to responsibility in an attempt to show some Soviet time statistics of the number of crimes they cut short, artificially sometimes finding people kind of responsible, and they use some illicit money for that. Well, okay, it appears that law enforcement are not interested in decriminalizing it because if they are getting money for it, they don't have any incentive to cut that shop. Well, we have no specific argument that they are definitely in favor of decriminalizing it. There was a committee session which was held behind closed doors. And the first decision was like everyone had supported it. Later on, they had a meeting, again a closed one, and it was said that they did not support it. So I think there was an attempt to manipulate it. So at the first meeting, we were told that law enforcement is in favor of it. But then they said we need a more comprehensive, a wider reform. And they came up with a version of document saying that we just want to increase responsibility for human trafficking. So cutting responsibility for explicit content and increasing responsibility for human trafficking. But when we read that version of the document, we saw that they effectively introduced stronger responsibility just for everything. Because of that, I thought that my opinion was they just wanted to manipulate us, attempting to further strengthen the already deeply rooted practices they had. Okay. Oleg, you represent the Рівні можливості Secretariat. Couple of words from you. What is your opinion? What do you feel about chances of... Well, I represent actually this Рівні можливості, which is interfaction amalgamation of MPs in the parliament. It has been existing for quite some time. We have 90 members of our association from different factions, from Слуга народу, Голос, Батьківщина, European Solidarność, Довіра group, and so on. They have their own views of different things, and sometimes it is really a challenge to find some common ground on certain matters. We try to avoid die-hard conservative positions of people from Батьківщина and European Solidarity, but these things may surprisingly be upheld by Слуга народу or Голос, for example. So sometimes our members might register completely different draft legislative papers, and this really doesn't help when working on matters on decriminalizing explicit content or such things. Again, because of differing, sometimes clashing opinions of MPs themselves. We cannot just say that, okay, your position, we are okay with it, and your position we completely reject. Now, as regards explicit content, we at the Secretariat made an analysis and a review of the draft legislation, sent it over to MPs. We had positive opinion on it. 10 MPs in our interfaction association signed, put their signatures under it. We had a discussion with other factions, Слуга народу, Голос, Європейська солідарність, and others. On the documents, I'm not going to give you names because there are some limitations on that. I will just tell you that some MPs were not ready to put the signatures under the bill, but they said that they would vote for it. The refusal from signing the original bill was because of their fear to take responsibility upon themselves and their unwillingness to openly confront some feminist activists who were against the bill. Okay, semicolon here. Why some feminists in this are against it?
I think I know. Although I'm not an expert in that, but as far as I know, that when we have supported our project, many members of parliament stuck with the attitude, Swedish attitude that the shooting of porno content actually means the exploitation of women. What does it mean, a Swedish approach, that a person who offers prostitutional content could not be brought to responsibility, while a buyer of these products could be should be brought liable. And that is why feminists, they are supporters of the Swedish approach, while I suggest that if two men want to produce porn, then this won't be production, this won't be exploitation of women. This only shows that despite reasonable thinking, despite the common sense, so to say, they cannot decide about their position as to this piece of legislation in particular. That is, they cannot sign up this draft law based on their position, but they will vote for it. So this draft law not only decriminalizes the production of porn, but it also legalizes the places of sexual behavior. And why you have added that piece to legislation? There is a convention which is 100 years old, and from that convention, there's a strange notion of the places of sexual behavior was taken, and actually now now conservative people believe that any place where there are where open sexual behavior is allowed, then this should be called the only decriminalized only case when this was called not the place of open sexual behavior. This was a special hotel for family couples. I believe that criminalization of any deeds does not have any independent function. And there are various types of criminal social behavior. It's pornography of teenagers, pornography of minors. Eventually, we understand that we have the problem with the crippled translation from the very old convention. Okay, let us continue our session in the following way. We will take several questions from the room, and then we will shift to discussion about decriminalization of infection with HIV.
Я дуже перепрошую, звісно, але
I have to apologize.
чому місце розпусти?
Why these places of open space, of open sex,
І особливо в контексті, коли я бачу
you discuss in the context of tolerance or non-tolerance.
одне, я маю на увазі про лексику говорю зараз.
Why you are so cautious about vocabulary? Why you, when you discuss sex work, sex workers, etc., and nevertheless you oppose this formulation? When I hear that, for me, it sounds like very bad language in our legislation. It seems to me, I can respond to you, pornography as a word is, it bears negative connotation, while we have invented the neutral equivalent as intimate content. Now we have to find something. In Russian, it is translated as a differently, even in more negative context. That is, we have to invent a connotationally neutral word instead of brothel, instead of Russian equivalent. Do we have Miss Stefanishina with us? Okay, we're honored to have Stefanishina with us, and we are now discussing decriminalization of the HIV infection, and we have Olga Stefanishina with us. Olga is a member. I think you can call me simply Olga. I am not Olga Vitalyevna, I am Olga Anatolievna. Okay, Ola, happy to welcome you. I will cross out your parental name. Has Olga disappeared? Can you hear? Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Добрий день ще раз всім, хто зібрався сьогодні разом.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. Fortunately, I'm unable to be present offline. We've just finalized our previous meeting on public health care, and there was discussion around medical cannabis. In December, as the latest, we will submit it to the first reading. I will tell you a story about decriminalization of HIV infection. Some people may not know this is about Article 130 of Ukrainian Criminal Code, which contains a provision which allows to bring to criminal responsibility some categories of people, and
які не лише не
in particular,
або взагалі не могли призвести до інфікування цим вірусом. У нас досі є
this is a possibility to transfer infection, HIV infection down from one person to another. But it is possible, in line with this article, it is possible to charge a person with charges which look like reasonable in line with this article, but which actually are impossible. This happens not only at the level between law enforcers and the patients with HIV, but it also happens at the family level between husbands and wives, and that's why we have registered draft law 9398 in June this year, where we suggest to decriminalize this, to repeal this very harmful norm. It has very negative impact on people's life. On one hand, on the other hand, it decreases the willingness of people to make tests because people are afraid of being faced with criminal charges. I think we should fight against HIV infections, and together with Russia, we are one of the biggest regions in Europe with the biggest HIV spread around the country, and we should be able to encourage people to be tested on time and to be able to undergo treatment and to live with normal life. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we pretend that there is no efficient treatment against HIV. In one of the expert opinions from Medicare, I have read that this norm about criminalization of HIV infection, we managed to decrease the volumes of patients in this area and prevent many cases during the last 10 years, but that is not true, actually. And this also conflicts with European practices and human rights. As a chairperson of Parliamentary Committee on European Integration, I am ready to work in this area and to bring Ukrainian legislation into harmony with the European legislation which decriminalized this deed. Thank you, Olga. But as far as I know, we have now in the Parliament 3 draft laws. This is governmental version, Vlada Bula's version, and Alexandra Ustinova version. Which version is the best, do you think, to advocate for? The last draft law which you mentioned, the last version, From my point of view, it is the best, and I'm very grateful to the authors of other versions, but I do not think that the third version is the best based on assessments and opinion offered by experts. That is a version of draft law 9398, which was signed by a group of MPs. Thank you, Olga, for your efforts. And we will take one question from the room and from the hall, and then we will move forward. Vasil, you were the first to raise your hand.
Представся і питання.
Vasil, I'm Vasil Malikov from Spectre, Kharkiv National LGBT Consortium. Thank you for this legislative initiative. It is a very timely motion, and I think that decriminalization of Article 130 will become very useful in terms of prevention of HIV. The article sounds rather non-logical. Everything which is related to HIV and disclosure of information about HIV patients, about the status of a patient, while this article requires that HIV-positive person should declare the status to sex partners. What was actual implementation of this article, whether there were any verdicts in line with this article? As far as I know, this is not widespread practice in terms of confidentiality, etc. But it is quite often used inside the couples or by law enforcers to make pressure upon people. That is, it is not applied quite often, but has a minor impact on prevention and limitation of infection. I am from Global Kharkiv. How did statistics in the European countries change after decriminalization of this similar deed? And what did the authorities said about the change of the statistics? Which authorities do I mean? Ukrainian. I am not ready to provide exact statistics, but as far as I know, this had positive impact on the readiness of people to get tested, to report about their status to medical workers, and to request for assistance. This draft law deals with criminal code amendments, and that is why it falls within responsibility of the legal committee, and due to that, it has to pass through specific scrutiny procedure. But our committee makes a lot of advocacy work to promote this draft law. Thank you, Ola, for joining us. Thank you for inviting me. Now we come back to thank you, Ola, bye-bye, and let us come back to another aspects of our discussion. As you had seen, this was about specific topic in decriminalization. Now we come back to decriminalization in general. We will offer you to contribute to discussion. You're encouraged to express your opinion as to decriminalization of intimate content and decriminalization of HIV. My question to the panelists is as follows. About decriminalization of intimate content, whether the legislation provides automatic and immediate amnesty for those who were charged or sentenced in line with application of that article in the past. The Constitution says that if any deed is decriminalized, then those convicted for the same deed can be cleared off the sentences. I have to double-check this, by the way, with our constitutional law experts, but my understanding of the general constitutional approach is like that. Any further comments? Do not forget, Victor Asochin.
Що робити людям, які стикаються з тим, що правоохоронні органи до них мають претензії з цього приводу?
Whether I can start producing OnlyFans and produce your own intimate content is a bit early, and you may get charges flowed in law enforcers. Sometimes the mass media take the side of the persecuted party in such cases, but as of now, I cannot assure you that you won't be persecuted by law enforcers, despite even the full-scale invasion. We'll take one more comment from the audience. Article 301 says in our mobile phones we have Google, where we have everything, the whole Google content, including porno content. I can assure you that from your taxes you pay to those people who have to analyze your cell phone and decide whether to bring you to responsibility for porno content on your cell phone. I'm not sure that you can find these vacancies on Work.ua, but if you have porno content stored in your in one of your messengers, then you have a chance that you will be brought. Dear colleagues, I am happy to tell to you that we were joined by Ms. Andrei Bagera, who is an expert in the Center of Politics and Legal Reforms. And some time ago, Andrei worked as a chairperson of the Ukrainian Election Commission.
Good afternoon. Speaking of the Orange Revolution, indeed we had 3 members who did not sign the minutes, and one did sign it, with a separate opinion that
І це був пан Андрій Магера. Вітаємо серед
the
панелістів.
protocol is at odds with the expression
Далі
of the Ukrainian
побудуємо
people.
таким
And it
чином
was you, right, Andrei?
нашу розмову.
Okay,
Я
we
знаю, що
will build our
пану
discussion
Олексію
as follows.
Дороганю
We do know
треба
that Alexei
переміщуватися
Dorogan will
на
have
інший
to
захід, тому ми
move to
подякуємо
another
пану Олексію.
event, and we'd like to
Дуже
thank
дякуємо
you
за
for
цю
being with us,
розмову.
for talking on the
І
topic with
продовжуємо
us,
в цьому
and we
складі, який
continue
зараз
in
перед
the
вами
current
на
setup.
подіумі. Далі ми візьмемо з вами трек перспективного бачення. Що взагалі, які вайби в Україні в нашій? Чи є шанси швидко демократизувати, чи радше лібералізувати політико-правову обстановку і побачити швидко ці позитивні новації, на яких пристає прогресивна частина суспільства? До речі, це ще велике питання, хто є прогресивною частиною суспільства. Можливо, кожен вважає так самих себе і немає гармонійного погляду на все це. Але от про такі перспективні речі ми поговоримо також із паном Андрієм. Є ще одне питаннячко, яке теж бентежить наші спільноти, власне, питання наступних виборів, парламентських
Another
виборів.
question that is baffling our communities is the matter of parliamentary elections, the upcoming ones. I've lost count of the ideas floated these days as to whether it will happen or not and when. So I think we need to be prepared if the elections are to be announced. Well, coming to elections, you do know that the time of next regular elections, whether presidential, parliamentary, or local, these are enshrined in the Constitution and the supreme level of it. Speaking of parliamentary elections, the voting date should have been decided on 29th of October 2023. That is, we are past the date. The date when it should be voted. Yeah, the whole process of parliamentary elections lasts for 60 days, and the last voting date was 29th of October this year. So we already are past the date again. The presidential elections, according to the Constitution, have to take place on the last Sunday of the month of March, which will be 31st of March 2024. And the first day of the election process, and it will last for 90 days in this case, will be somewhere on the eve of the new year, when the parliament will have to make a resolution on new upcoming elections. But when it comes to parliamentary elections, people are more or less clear, because there is part 4 of the Article 72 of the Constitution, which prescribes that in case of martial law, the authority of the parliament shall be prolonged until after the end of this period. But there is no such language in respect of the presidential election, as there is no one for local elections. So what might happen? Well, obviously, it says that presidential elections still may happen during the martial law period. Now, we definitely need an official explanation from the Supreme Court of Ukraine. Because there are some top lawyers with differing opinions on that, and this is not good. There should be a uniform position. I have my own position, which is in line of the Center for Political and Legal Reforms. I am a member of it. So my position is there should be no election whatsoever in the wartime period, simply because this could not be a proper election process. It will be in breach of all the basic principles of it. Free elections, equal voting rights, secrecy of voting. No principle of that can be supported during the time of war. And previous court decisions have been very clear during previous elections, saying that violation of such basic principles renders whole elections legally incapable. So are we to understand that everything should be frozen until the end of the martial law? The law on the martial law period clearly says that there should be no referendums or elections during the martial law period. And this is not just by chance. It is based on the Constitution. It's based on the Constitution with certain provisions there. And if under Article 108, Part 1, President has to remain in power until next president is elected. There should be no vacuum of power. And this is what has to be in Ukraine as well, which says that after the 5 years of President Zelensky in office, luckily or not, he will have to continue to perform as a president until elections, next coming elections, are held for presidential office after the martial law is over. Yeah, they say that the West is demanding such elections from the Ukrainian government, and this is not true. I'm talking to American partners, and everyone there says that no, not a single one in the US government, in the government of, I don't know, UK or in the EU, forces Ukraine to have elections during the martial law period. So this is the idea floated right from Kyiv. Some people have fantasies of their own that they are willing to implement. Maybe they want to go down in memory as such initiators, I don't know, but this is definitely not the request from the international community. Okay, then we have to acknowledge that we will have to work with the current parliament and the current president for quite some time. And the 9th convocation that we have most probably will last well until the end of the martial law period. Because of that, dear colleagues, those who you already seen on the screen or will see on the screen, like Olga Stefanishina, they will remain in their capacity for quite some time. It could be good, it could be bad. It could be good in terms of we can count on sustainable support of our initiative using the already established network of contact. It is bad because in some respect we have opposition to our ideas, in which case this opposition will remain as well. And in this respect, I'd like to put a question to Andriy in respect of constitution reform. A brief preamble from myself. All previous presidents did their damnedest to create a presidential constitutional commission. It was done at the time of Poroshenko, Yanukovych, commission on, I think the name was like on constitutional reform matters instituted by President Zelensky and so on. Why we are interested in that? There is a section in the Constitution on fundamental rights, human rights and freedoms. And it doesn't work for the benefit of the equality rights for LGBT. The Constitution has no mention of discrimination. At the time of it being written, there was no such notion there. It says about inequality, but says nothing about discrimination. And when there were debates about whether the Constitution should have a language to ban discrimination based on SOGI or related traits, and there was even a session of the Constitution Commission for the purpose. And it was said that there is no need for that. It's just enough to say that this old sort of discrimination is banned. And then there is a specific anti-discrimination law to cover the rest. Next, the marriage. The notion says that it is a marriage between a man and a woman, like a constitutional description of this legal institution that we may not go past. We don't understand where the world is going. And whenever the matter of marriage equality appears, it's clearly the point of contention and discussion. So, dear Andriy, your vision, what is your take of these basic rights and freedoms and constitutional language of it? Okay, before going to constitutional matters, let me tell you about experience in other countries when they had war and when they had martial law period. 1935, war between Ireland and UK. There was a lower chamber elections. Next coming elections would come in 1940, but we don't know what happened 1 year earlier. The Second World War took place, and there were no elections until 1945 after the ultimate victory over Nazism. So the lower chamber had to operate for 10 years. I have no idea how long the parliaments will work in Ukraine, but at any rate, this will be a legitimate body, and they will have to operate like that, because no one pushed them to that. So they knew that in advance. Let them continue. Now, on constitutional aspects of it, the current constitution was approved in 1996. It was the year when, at the time, we had transformation from the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic towards a Ukrainian nation, with all positives and negatives. We did have it, and at that time we approved the constitution, which was quite progressive for the period. It was really many times better than constitutions in some of our member states, like Moldova, Slovak Republic, Romania, not mentioning even Belarus or something like that. But the time flows by, and the world goes on. And we are already in the transitional phase of Ukrainian nation being formed as a true legal subject. And we see that multiple aspects of the constitution will have to be reviewed or amended. And the Center for Political and Legal Reforms that I belong to, they also think that many constitutional provisions will have to be changed. We are on the brink of a rather substantial transformation. Maybe a new version, maybe a completely new constitution, equality matters, discrimination prevention, prevention of discrimination of citizens based on specific features. Article 24 in the Constitution says about equal rights and freedoms to be enjoyed by the citizens. And the second part of the article says there should be no limitations or privileges, and certain characteristics are being given, like based on racial, language, origin, so on, characteristics. So the list, by the way, this is not an exhaustive one, because it says and other such traits and characteristics. And it is my strong belief that gender equality matters should be there, because we don't understand that the gender thing is much wider than male and female dichotomy. It's also about ageism. Yeah, there is no mention of age there, but you do know that people 40 plus find it much harder to find a job. They start getting more health problems and so on, and they feel disadvantaged in employment. Or take disability condition. People can become disabled. We don't have disabled persons, we have people with disabilities here, not like they have it in CS countries. So I think that Article 24 covers many more things like that. The law enforcement agencies do understand this language in the Constitution, and to avoid all sorts of double entendre, we need a new draft, a new version, or a new Constitution, like Article 24, banning all those limitations or privileges. We should expand it to have sexual orientation, age, disability status, and so on. Some other characteristics that we may recall later on. I think the list will need to be expanded. Yes, this is the first take. And in my foreword, I said also that there should not be any no list at all. And the characteristics and features should be covered in the anti-discrimination law. Colleagues from the Constitution Commission said it, like you said, actually, that this list is not exhaustive. It's subject to involvement. And by the way, Andriy may know it or remember it, when the anti-discrimination law was being developed in Ukraine. Sorry, when the anti-discrimination provisions for the labor law were developed in Ukraine, it was 2002. And it was the time when employers might use their birth celestial card and such like things for testing candidates. And there was definitely a provision that expressly banned any employment limitations based on zodiac signs. It was scrapped later on, but there were some bills that involved SOGI-related language limitations, and many MPs would consider it as important as zodiac sign. In 2002, it was not adopted, and the anti-discrimination amendments to the labor law were ultimately enforced only in 2015, when we as the nation were already moving towards liberalizing our visa treatment with the EU. So, dear Andriy, dear Oleg, a little one detour, a lyrical one, with the online presence of Dmytro Gurin, an MP. Yes.
Вітаємо, Дмитре.
Hi, Dmytro. Hello, back.
Отак, добре, супер.
I should sit like this.
Чим відомий народний депутат України 9-го скликання?
So, what the MP Dmytro Gurin is known for? He's known for his very proactive position with a bunch of draft bills designed with his involvement, like the Bill 9103 on civil partnerships, same-sex marriages implemented in Ukraine. also on explicit content decriminalization. I think you did sign the bill as well. I'm not sure I could sign it as I was there, but I would have signed it anyway. Okay. What is your understanding of the situation in the current parliament as to are they ready to such cardinal legal legislative changes inside the parliament? 5 to 10 minutes. Well, one has to understand that civil partnership legalization is being regarded by the parliament as something that will never happen. It might have happened at some point in the future, but not now. There have been no serious research as to whether the parliament is ready or not to okay it. But, well, 6 to 12 months ago, the parliament was not ready to legalize cannabis. And only today, the bill passed, the bill was delivered by the committee to the parliament for a hearing, and we do expect that while we are reconnecting, let me explain what Dmitro had in mind. Dmitro and Olga took part in the same committee session, and exactly today there was a bill on decriminalization of medical cannabis under review, and this is one of the positions that is being heavily promoted and lobbied by our friends in the parliament as well. So we are waiting for our technicians to sort out the problem. Please let us know when Dmitro is back online, and we will have him back. And we go on with that discussion of the prospects of the constitutional reform, viability of SOGI characteristics inclusion in the constitution. They say there are different opinions on that, and, well, we are waiting for constitutional reform to see how things will develop. Okay, I see Dmitro back online and with us. Yeah, sorry, I was disconnected. No problem, we are flexible on that. I've been just speaking with colleagues from the audience about prospects of constitutional reform. So maybe you could also tell us what do MPs think of potential changes to the Constitution or constitutional reform altogether? Okay, let me start with the Constitution, because this is a rather important story. There are two types of MPs. There was the ones who read the Constitution, those who did not do it. Those who have never read the Constitution, they say that civil partnerships are expressly prohibited, and that family of such people is not impossible. Meanwhile, those who read the Constitution say that, yes, it says that marriage is the one between a man and a woman, but the family should be based on shared values, love, and other such things, and which makes civil partnerships potentially part of this family description. To say that there is no express ban of civil partnership in the Constitution. In terms of marriage, yes, there are limitations, but in terms of family, there are no limitations. Now, coming back to how liberal the Ukrainian parliament is, it's a flexible story in itself. For medical cannabis, the parliament was not ready for it, but there was a unity of the civic society, of government bodies, even the Security and Defense Council and Ministry of Public Health Protection and all sorts of other ministries involved. And ultimately, it all worked with quite a number of votes for it, which should give us an impression of what does it take to have the bill pass the parliament. But, you know, making a bill ready for parliament review is a story in itself, because the first step will be about some conclusions from line ministries, and we had some initial opinions, like negative ones, received from MOD, from the Ministry of Justice, and so on, which effectively stalled all our legislative lawmaking activity. You do know that Inna Sovson, being the driver of change, had to work with the Ministry of Defense to have them change their opinion, and it became possible only after the change of the minister. It was not possible, it had not been possible with the previous minister. This is the situation. We have to understand that for this bill we are discussing now, similar things will happen. As soon as we are clear with ministries and their opinions, we may venture in the committees at the parliament. We had to go to a whole range of committees. We were not slated for the agricultural committee. I mean, the cannabis bill. For some reason, we were not included, but the legal committee was strongly against this bill, and because of that, we have been stuck again. So, but we are to collect support and positive opinions from the remaining committees, and then we will revisit the legal committee to force them change their opinion. One of the serious challenges for us was the negative position of the Ministry of Justice, and we had to work a lot with the Ministry of Justice to convince them to be in favor of the bill, explaining that there will be a possibility to do some changes of things they don't like, particularly between the first and the second hearing in the parliament. So, which is to explain the huge deal of work that will have to be done until the draft document is ready for the parliamentary session. And then after that, we will have to work heavily to make this bill included in the parliamentary session agenda. And without putting it into the agenda, without securing voices for it, we risk just, you know, we may put it in the agenda for voting there, but with no voices for it, it will be just a shot in the blank, and we will just draw ire from our international European partners with that blunt attempt. At this point, we have 150 voices max for it. No word about 226, the required number of votes. And I do understand that the bill will be blocked at the point when it will be close to 226 votes. You do know that the blocking is a situation, it's like filibuster, but with written amendments to the bill. You know that the parliament suddenly starts providing thousands of corrections and amendments, and the whole thing is being drowned in it. One has to understand the overall model in this. With this bill, every step takes huge effort. Every step requires 100% support from everyone involved, and we will have to work hard on that. Speaking of prospects of having this bill adopted by the parliament in more realistic terms, I say that LGBT organizations will have to concentrate on working with their European partners for that. every country, every EU member state has to okay the joining of a country to the EU, and equal rights is a very sensitive topic for the EU, and in the EU there was even a joke that the Ukrainian parliament will vote positively if requested by the prime minister, but not of Ukraine, but of the Netherlands. So this will be a step-by-step solution that we will have to follow to move as far as we can. And the community, I think, will have to lobby it in Europe, because this is one of the preconditions for Ukraine to join the EU. Thank you, Dmytro, for providing your ample overview of this legislative complexity. And let us hear what the floor thinks about it. Do you have any questions on constitutional reforms, the draft legislation on civil partnership, on medical cannabis, legalization, and other such things? Dmytro still has some time to leave, stay with us, and please do stay, Dmytro, while you can. So, dear audience, are you completely disheartened with what Dmytro has said about the bill? Okay, we have a remark from Yakів. Sferos.
Не знаю, те, що тільки що проговорили, це, звісно, фруструє ще сильніше.
Well, it is hardly encouraging what we've heard. For me, for my organization, it's disheartening to know that we'll have to look for certain compromises with civil partnership law, that we have to fight so heavily for this small interim step. And it's even more disheartening because this matter of civil partnership, it did not appear on 24th. It had appeared way in the beginning of 2000s. Yeah, and you're completely right on that. And certainly in conditions, well, my personal concern is that if we are successful with civil partnership, we may get stuck for years with any attempt to progress further, because people will be telling, okay, you've got your civil partnership, what else would you want? Yes, and this brings us to a very nice point. The civil partnership thing is completely new for our legislation. We are to build it all from the scratch. And we have to come up with a registered institute of civil partnership. We have to make it more interesting than marriage itself, because the marriage and marriage law in the current form was introduced in Ukraine 100 years ago in 1921, when the whole thing of the marriage was brought from under the aegis of the church into the civil domain. We do know that the marriage is in dire crisis situation. We do know that it is not on a par with current aspirations of people. So I think that the Institute of Civil Partnership controversially is more convenient for the people of today. Maybe this is a controversial point that Dmytro will comment on that. But again, sorry, Yakov, I interrupted you. Yeah, I would say that why invent a new institution when there is an established institution of marriage that heterosexual couples are using? But again, in wartime conditions, when people are dying by the day, servicemen, civilians, many of them in relationships, I think it's high time to think about how to to do the step, and because of that, our organization thinks that this step, even if risky, should be taken to better protect people, also those who defend us and our country, those who continue living in Ukraine, also under shelling. Thank you, Yakov.
Dmytro, would you like to comment on that? We have a reality. We have a constitution, which we have. You may amend it, but in order to amend it, you have to do many things. You have to bring together, you have to get positive voices, positive voting from 300 MPs. And this is almost impossible to amend the constitution today. That is why I think that we have to either step back from the idea to change constitution and introduce something, some institute in parallel, that is civil partnership. And in order to do that, we need to bring in community, and the whole community should lobby for the passage of this law. But discussing current constitution, we may criticize it, but probably we should stick to the reality. And as you know, policy, this is the art of possible. Dear colleagues, I will give the floor to Oleg, then you and you. We have a draft law on registered partnerships. It has to be reviewed by the Committee of Public Health. What is position of your committee now? As far as I know, that the discussion on it had been postponed for some period of time. What is the situation now?
Я думаю, що у нас комітет такий дуже конструктивний. Я
Our committee is rather proactive. We have respect to human rights, and now there is a big chances that this draft law will be approved by our committee.
Урядових установ, щоб ми зараз не зробили фальстарт. Ну, ситуація, як ми знаємо, міняється потроху.
Currently, we're still waiting for the passage through other committees. Thank you for your answer. Now, Rivaz, your turn. I'm Rivaz from Добропілля.
Питання взагалі, чи розглядається ресекуляризація держави Україна, що саме це
Resecularization of Ukraine as a country is expected. That is, the Council of Churches will be abolished from the system of governmental institutions, and because currently the state looks rather like under big influence of the Council of Religions. Whether this issue is being on your agenda. About difficult issue about desecularization.
Дмитре, вибач, будь ласка, в залу є питання, що це все ж таки, значить, про секулярний це пов'язано з мирським життям на противагу релігійному життю.
There is a question in the room, what does it mean? Resecularization means strengthening secular features in the state, contrary to the religious one. Let us discuss the realities around us. We would like not to see churches as having influence on the state. You may have any wishes as to that, but there are millions and millions of people who support various religions and churches, and since there are millions of people behind any churches, and you may pretend you do not see them, but they are still here, and in Europe, position of churches had been changing, and you cannot just abolish the Council of Churches, and you cannot just say that we are not going to take into consideration the opinion of the organization, which represents the opinion of many voters, and the Council of Churches still exists here in relations of healthy competition with them. The Council of Churches has its position, we have our position. We know that trust to church as an institution is gradually decreasing in time, and the fact that last year Verkhovna Rada ratified the Istanbul Convention is promising. Contrary to the public position expressed by the Council of Churches, and actually the committee did not pay attention at the position of the Council of Churches. The issue is that you have to assess each time whether you can have impact on the public opinion or not. We may believe that one-sex relations is considered a sin, and this is written in a book which was written thousands of years ago. But irrespective of that, you have to respect those people who stuck with this opinion, and I should say that we should respect even the religious belief, and discrimination under precondition of religious beliefs. And yesterday at the panel we discussed what to do with the freedom of religion if this conflicts with the freedom of speech. So we are in a situation searching for the right balance in all those aspects. This is again about the politics of what is possible. Any further comments from the audience? Маслов Євген, Альянс Глобал.
По цьому проєкту там заборонено усиновлення й опіка над дітьми.
In line with this draft law, care over children and adoption of children is prohibited. Dmitro, can you add? In this very draft law, everything is deleted, everything related to children, because this, as of now, this has no positive prospects. I believe that this is terrible. Everybody has the right to have a family and children, but this was the limit established for this law. If two partners if each of partners have a child, then they remain parents to each of these children. And continuing what Metro has said, it is not that easy about children. Couples come together and split. If you give parental rights to the second partner, one sexual second partner, which quite often split, and that is, looking into the future, we can expect that we will give the rights of care to the second partner, and only for the term when this couple remains together. So this is a bit early to discuss all of that. So there are many things to discuss.
Ці 10 хвилин ми використаємо з вами для певної візії майбутнього. Я зараз хочу запитати в Олега.
I have to ask Oleg, who has close ties with NGOs. Could you advise to us how can we be useful to the decision makers? As Dmitro said, we should ask our foreign partners to make pressure upon Ukrainian authorities, upon the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine to make pressure on to pass this piece of legislation. This really will help. We know that many embassies now continue to make pressure on the parliament. The Euro Commission is lobbying this question, and many organizations who continue to work with the government and the parliament. This is one thing. And the second thing is that you as NGO, as ordinary citizens, you can go to your members of parliament in your constituency and express your vision. You can go to your majority constituency member of parliament and express your opinion, your support. Do the letters work? While answering, I will provide a case. One of the majority constituents, members of parliament in the Dnipropetrovsk region, who had received many letters from his voters, he posted on Facebook that he received a lot of such letters. This shows we do not know whether that made any difference and any impact upon him, but we have to communicate to the government and to the parliament. The same question to Andrei. Andrei has a slightly different vision of all that situation. From your point of view, Andrei, what human rights movement has to do to become more influential? During the martial law, I'm not able, I'm afraid, to provide any good recommendations, but during the martial law, the right of citizens to submit petitions to the parliament is not limited, and the parliament preserves its right to respond to these petitions and to offer pieces of legislation. On my side, I would like to say that civil partnerships, they do not conflict with the Constitution. Marriage is a union of a woman and a man, while civil partnership does not conflict with the Constitution, and you mainly should keep in mind the Article 3rd and 23rd of Constitution, that a human being is the top value for the Constitution, and Article 23, that each person has the right to develop its individual individual features up to the limit where the individual personal limits of other persons start, and irrespective of our individual features, racial, ethnical, sexual identity, etc., we all are equal, and the legislation should be equal attributed to us. These were inspiring words of Dmitry. How can you assist you in promotion of these difficult innovations?
Листів, я скажу, що раду заспамили. Тобто всі депутати отримали.
Rada has received a lot of mails supporting from LGBT community.
Як це сказати? Такий імідж агресивних людей, да, які не зупиняються ні перед чим і продовжують атакувати і атакувати. Це, в принципі, непогано.
This is not bad in general. We should do our work trying to convince people. There are many people in Rada who believe that LGBTQ is not numerous. So you should remain visual and to make pressure on politicians. And to educate them to some extent. Thank you, Dmitry. On my behalf, I'd like to say, dear colleagues, we have a long history of human rights activism for LGBTQ community, and in the years 2000, our community started with anti-discrimination provisions in labor legislation. Since that time, the draft law about media, the next, our tasks, our following tasks should rely on a good planning, good prioritization. Part of your work in the area of culture, some of your work with the local authorities, some of your work in the parliamentary corridors. We work gradually in stages. We do what is possible. For some period of time, donorship blood donorship was prohibited for gay people and lesbian people, and this is history of our successes. This is not a sprint, this is a marathon, and this is a long way to go. But I plan to remain in this area and continue. Oleg wanted to add to what Metro said. He asked you to remain visual. I also can add that many members of parliament continued to said the same. Andrei Matavelets from the Servant of the People faction, and Elena Sholak, leader of the Servant of the People faction, and the presidential advisor also said the same to me. We have to remain visual everywhere in TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, in all regional mass media, in all Ukrainian TV. Then this issue will become topical for the parliament. Because unless we are visual, MPs would not even notice that. Now we have 18 co-authors and contributors to the draft law on civil partnerships. There are people who join it inside the parliament, and not only inside the parliament, but outside. So we can gain more support when we are visual and when those members of parliament feel that they can support us without harmful impact on their voters. We had Dmytro Guryin, Andriy Magera, Olga Stefanishina, and Oleg Maximyak, and Svetoslav Sharament, myself as your moderator. Thank you for your attention. Room, please
На 2 хвилинки
join
ще
us.
чекаємо. Там ще хтось є. Ну, коротше, 2 хвилинки пройшли, сорі, починаємо. Я
Let
думаю,
us
що ви бачите з
start.
назви, що зараз ми будемо дивитись
As
і говорити
you
про документальний фільм
see in our
«Українські революції за
agenda,
свободу».
currently we will
І я хотів би почати
watch
з короткої
a
презентації
documentary,
автора цього
Queer
фільму
Fighters of
Анжелік
Ukraine,
Устименко та трохи
Анжеліку
про їхню
Устименко,
ініціативу Rebel Queers. Отже,
who is
Анжелік Устименко – це небінарна людина,
author of
квір-активіст,
this
митець,
author of
кінорежисер,
this
та також засновник
documentary. Angelique
активістської
Kostymenko
групи
is
Rebel
a
Queers. Я думаю, що ті, хто
founder of a group Rebel Queers, and those who come from Kyiv, perhaps you have heard about this group. They were founded in 2021, and they started with provocative graffiti all around Kyiv.
Бог – це небінарна людина, або, наприклад,
They started with the
гомосексуальною людиною та порушує закон.
provocative statements, provocative posters around Kyiv. They are famous with art intervention, and they are actionists. They are famous with organized actions. They
на пішохідному мості в Києві.
Put transgender LGBT flags near the university, and God is transgender. Putin is battleground.
Це поле боя для Путіна. Чому це взагалі було? Тому що, може хтось, якщо знають клуб Каса Гак-1, то до початку вторгнення дуже багато
before the full-scale invasion, many Europeans
навіть коли вже були чутки про те, що Росія збирається напасти по всіх фронтах,
like to attend Russia and with the aim of entertainment, and
graffiti було свого роду нагадування про те, що ви приїздите в Україну,
the graffiti was to remind them that when you dance in Ukraine, Putin was planning his attack on Ukraine. Also, the Rebel Queers in Berlin organized an exhibition. And I forgot what I wanted else to say, but let us
наразі Анжелік вже відзняли 3 фільми.
come closer to the documentary. Angelique Kostymenko had made actually 3 series of documentaries. One is before the curfew, then Ukrainian fighters for freedom, which was shown at the Festival of Documentaries, and the last in this series was part of Hot Talks media about culture, arts, activism. This movie, this documentary which we're going to watch today, it was shown at the festival in Kyiv. Angelique, would you like to comment how you came across the idea to make this documentary, who are main characters, and why it is important for you to it was important for you to produce this? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for presentation. It was so pleasant to listen about pre-war activities. In May 2022, I visited Kyiv. Yeah, started thinking what useful I can do, and I started to interview queer people. At that time, I did not have an idea how I will be able to present it. Then I produced my first documentary. It was shown at the festival, and this was welcomed well. And in March this year, we continued the first interviews with the same people and with some other people. And in September this year, we again interviewed people in Ukraine. Almost all of them were new people, and only one person was from previous membership of interviews. I do not know what we will do with all these new interviews in September, but perhaps we will make a special website and upload all the interviews. Perhaps we'll make a website. Perhaps after the documentary you will have questions. Thank you.
А можна приглушити світло, щоб краще люди бачили?
If it's not legal to marry, or if it's not legal to be queer in this patriarchal, homophobic capitalism, being queer is already a crime. Now we have a bigger enemy, which is Russia. I'm a queer activist, Ukrainian queer activist, and they would probably kill me immediately. I think that our pre-war life was, I don't know, just amazing. The community was getting like more united and stronger. We knew what we need to fight for. And actually tonight I didn't sleep well because of the air raid sirens. This is the thing that is the hardest for me to understand, that there's people who are launching those missiles to kill me. We wrote this, I think 1 week before the full-scale invasion, and we just wanted to spread awareness among tourists that were coming to this club to party and that didn't care about the fact that there was ongoing war in the east of Ukraine. To be honest, I feel a little bit sad when I look at that, because when we were writing this, I still had my life. Now I don't have the privilege of that kind of life. I don't meet my friends. My friends are in army. I don't go to bars because we have curfew. All the simple things that were there in my life when I was writing this, no longer here. Yeah, the first days of the full-scale invasion, I was here. And here's my window. 1, 2, 3, 4, that one.
1 year ago, at 6:31, I woke up because of a phone call, and the person said, "Please don't panic," but they started bombing Kyiv.
And it was just scary, a lot of fear I felt back then. My friend used to live here, who is now in army. Just like it was life, we were living our lives, and now I'm like a ghost walking on the ruins of my life that used to be my life, just maybe looking for traces.
Hello there. It's February 24th of 2023.
For most of Ukrainians, war is going on only for 1 year, but for me it's 9 years, from 2014.
I wasn't expecting to make it, honestly. I had no doubt that Ukraine will stand and win, but me personally,
I'm a trans girl, but I still have female socialization. There are like 55,000 women in Ukrainian army, but they serve in the rear. I mean, they don't serve on the front line like me. There is sexual violence, even in my company. I feel alone and isolated.
now I'm tired as shit, but the perspective changed as well. I'm feeling more like a cell of a giant body that runs a marathon.
I'm on my treatment. I have my leg shutted. Right now I'm extremely depressed. I'm used to rescuing someone. I'm used to shooting my rifle. No shit's happening here. I swear, sometimes I feel like breaking someone's face. Because, well, violence is the biggest part of army.
And my sugar levels are low, but I will be working as long as it's needed. I will be serving as long as it's needed.
The war is the only job I really like. It's cool. You should try it for yourself. The adrenaline. This is awesome. The feeling like you're alive.
And I wish that Russia will be gone till the next one. It would be nice. Bye.
I was just lying in my bed, not knowing what the fuck I can do to help, and just having this urge, I should do at least something. I just thought, okay, I have a camera. I know a lot of queer people who are fighting, and I need to tell their stories.
Коротше, я вирішив, що якщо я не піду нікуди, то я буду себе зневажати. Просто та особистість, яку я собі довго, вона дуже сильно розіб'ється.
We are 40 kilometers away from the front line, and here we're gonna interview Mark.
Діджей, склад діджей. Коротше, в Харкові я займалася тим, що робили вечірки, подеколи з друзями грали ось Україною. Ну, в мене, типу, я зараз дещо відрізняюся від себе рік з лишком тому. Моя робота – це те, щоб якби і наші позиції, ну, і наші типи залишилися цілі, і максимально слюр для слова росіяни, щоб вони та їх техніка були знищені. Ну, мені не до вподоби це. Я не знаю, ну, люди помирають, це піздець, що, ну, прям знайомі мої, я в ахуї. Ні, ну, та робіть, як знаєте.
Ні, якщо війна ще триватиме рік, то точно треба йти.
Та ну на.
Ні? Та й просто ви.
Ні, ну, та робіть, як знаєте.
In the early days of the war, I was ready to fight. All my friends were ready to fight. No matter what, if they're gonna come to Kyiv, we're gonna throw Molotov cocktails in them, we're gonna fight back. I would rather die here fighting than let them occupy Kyiv.
My name is Andrei. I'm a military psychologist. As you can see, I don't look screaming queer. Sometimes I expose some homoerotic things, maybe jokes, maybe compliments. They may start to freak out a bit, but then a little of education and so on. So I'm not having really hard times in that. I know that other queer people in the units, they may have bigger problems with that. What is true about Ukrainian military is that they are very different people, extremely different people, are fighting to kill one enemy and to gain one victory. 23rd February, you will not share a beer with a guy. You don't like him, he has different values, different views. But 24th of February, and you are both in trenches, defending each other, and maybe after the victory, you'll go to different bars. Maybe not, but this is what it is.
We are fighting for values, for the culture, for the identity, for us to be able to be ourselves. The fight that makes the most sense is going to army, I think, and sometimes I think of going to army, but there's many ways to fight. There's no people here. There's no people on the streets, and it smells like explosions. Daria is a queer woman who is serving in the Ukrainian army, and in the summer I interviewed her in Kharkiv, and this time I'm gonna meet her in Donbass, where she grew up. І також займалася активізмом. Це був феміністський активізм та ЛГБТ плюс активізм. Досі багато коментарів про те, що якийсь там срач черговий у Твіттері про щось про якийсь ЛГБТ-дискурс, і туди по-любому хтось прийде і напише, чому вони не в окопах. І ця людина теж пише не з окопів, ми це знаємо прекрасно. ЛГБТ-спільнота теж сидить в окопах, ЛГБТ-спільнота теж воює. I was telling her that I have this guilt that I'm not in the army and that I'm considering to join the army. And I said that I have a privilege to be in Kyiv only because people in army are fighting. And she said that people in army are fighting because people in Kyiv support them. Okay, so maybe there are things that I can do, but still, I don't know yet. I still need to decide where I am the most useful. During Maidan, we had this slogan, I'm a drop in the ocean. Like, you might think, I'm just a drop, it doesn't change anything, but the ocean is made from drops. Making the film does feel like I'm part of the fight, and it definitely helps me to get through days. I feel kind of like joy, I guess, that I could be here and interview them and record that, but at the same time seeing people in this context and realizing how many people we are losing, and when you're here, all this is just too real. I want to puke all my emotions out of me with blood. I just got the email that I was accepted to art residency in Poland, but I don't want to go. I just want to stay in Kyiv. My life was here, and I was falling in love here, having friends, having home. It's not even safe to, be here, but it's still the only place where I feel alive. So this arc, when it was built, it was supposed to be like a symbol of Ukrainian and Russian friendship, but obviously now there is only enemyship. I don't know the word anyway. But when I look at this, and when I was looking at this always, it's just the statue of queerness. It's a rainbow, and I think we need just to change the name. The Monument of Queerness. Amazing.
Ну, можна і похлопати, напевно, не знаю.
Would you like to applaud?
Да, і тоді до питань. Нагадую, що у нас є офлайн і
Now,
онлайн учасники.
the question, as to the questions, you may do it either online or offline. If you have questions to Angelique.
Добрий вечір, мене звуть Віктор,
Good
освічений
evening.
фотограф. І у мене
I'm
питання,
Victor.
просто це було дуже зворушливо, дуже
It
потужно,
was
і особливо подяка
very
за
moving.
інтерв'ю. Я
Thank
згадав,
you. I
як ми
liked
разом з нею
it,
зустрілися в Києві,
and
і
I was moved very much. Recollected how we met together, how we went to Kyiv 2012. We walked around Kyiv. We are waiting for the Pride Parade 2012 to begin, and now I would like to express my gratitude to Dasha, whom you showed in your documentary. She's incredible. She always knows what are the most important things, and I'm very grateful that she agreed to participate in my documentary. I would like to thank you too.
Хочу подякувати за цей фільм. Я насправді його
Thank
дивлюсь
you
вже
for your
вдруге, почав
documentary. It was my second time when I watched it.
знаю
And,
особисто і Марка, і
I
Дашу.
personally know
Ще
Mark
Даша
and
працювала у
Dasha.
сфері в Харків Прайді.
Dasha worked in Kharkiv Pride.
З Марком також ми
Mark,
співпрацювали.
with Marco, I also had good cooperation. We together organized queer parties, and thank you for interviewing them. I also watched your first documentary and had seen many my friends there, so I'm impatiently waiting for your next documentary to appear. Since this is a continuous project, if you know somebody whom you may offer to participate in a documentary, you please mention, because both Mark and Dasha were found by recommendations, and they were recommended to me by my friends. That is, if you have somebody in mind whom you may advise as potential interviewers, then please do it. Somebody else? Somebody else? Actually, this is a discussion. Let me check online questions maybe, or contribution. No questions, okay. Well, in this case, I would like to add something from myself. But this is probably the last session, and people might be tired. As far as I know, that now you're in Bratislava, the art residence. Could you share what you are doing now? Maybe this is another documentary. At this very moment, I continue to work on the project of archive of interviews. Actually, we had done much more interviews that we were able to show in our documentaries, and now I would like to create this website where you will be able to find all those interviews and follow how the vision of the context changed among other people. Also, we will probably add some vision of pre-war context, pre-war life, and also we continue to look for people who might be interviewed further. I believe that creating of such archive is very important, just to have records for the future, because history quite often disappears from the previous century. You have not so many stories of queer people. You have to collect all those stories to keep records, to document them and collect them. This is the main focus for me as of today. Thank you. I also wanted to ask, in your documentary you mentioned that you want to go to the army, and you said that whether you were looking which unit to join. Yes, tomorrow I'm going to have an interview to become an interpreter for Ukrainian military in the United Kingdom, and in case I will be accepted, I think it will become a good stage in my transformation from civilian life to the army.
А можна мікрофончик? Ну, або можете підійти, так.
І ще виникло таке питання.
I've also got a question. As far as I understood, you had shown your documentaries at local Ukrainian festivals. What are your prospects at the international documentary festivals? The year after tomorrow, I will go to Prague. There will be a queer festival in Prague. My friends quite often organize in Europe, and he collects queer documentaries from Ukraine and all around Europe, and organize these demonstrations. Sometimes festivals themselves they accept my documentaries, but not that often. And then in a week we will present a longer version of this movie in Paris. Because online you cannot show long documentary. In Paris there will be longer version of the same documentary. We had made 30-minute, so to say, festival version of this documentary, and we will present it in Paris next week. And then I hope that it will be taken for one of the first documentary festivals. And one personal question. Today I decided to recollect your activities before a full-scale invasion, whether you are going to do anything similar as rebel queers, because now you are more focused on documentaries. I would like to revive my activity as rebel queers, but I do not understand in what context I can do this now, because becoming a rebel in current context, I do not know how I can express it to be properly done. And I'm thinking how to use my individual energy better, and perhaps documenting the individual experiences of queer people will be the most productive now. I do not wish to make rebel queers as a granted project, and I want to make it in the rebel context, free context. So the answer is I want to resume the rebel queers activity, but do not know how to do it. Thank you for your energy, your initiatives. And any further questions, maybe from the studio? No further questions.
Я думаю, що будемо закінчувати.
Let us
онлайн і є питання, так?
one more question.
Питання, де знайти можна ці фільми?
The question where we can find these documentaries
Завантажити?
to upload them or to disseminate in social networks. You can find them online, and link you can find in Instagram of label queers. You want to show them somewhere, you may request, you can request a link from on in social network of neighbor queers, label queers. Any further question? Okay. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for showing your documentary. I think this was a valuable item in our agenda. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for sharing your experience, your emotions, and I'm very grateful to all the participants who contributed to the discussion. Thank you.